I don't know what song to play next. I'm gonna be so for real with you guys. Oh, I was just. Oh, thank you. Hi, hello. I don't know what song to play. Hi. Give me. Oh, and there it goes. There it goes. Thank you for the raid. Well, I guess we play it safe and we just do the Valkyrie, right? We just do the Valkyrie. All right. With that being said, we are hopping in to something new today. Something I'm very excited about. We are reacting to the ultimate lore video for Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. This is a video by a YouTuber called SubTXT. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Actually, you won't be able to hear me. The music's gonna be too loud because I didn't fix it from yesterday. Give me 2 seconds. Welcome on in, hang out, give me a second. I'll be right back. We're gonna be doing something cool in just a hot minute. That probably sounds a bit better. You guys can probably hear my voice now. Yeah, that sounds about right. Anyways, with that being said, guys, we are going to start this much better. Yeah, right. We're going to be hopping into it. I'm going to be doing something different, something I've wanted to do for a minute now. A YouTuber called SubTXT, who creates mainly Final Fantasy VII Remake, Rebirth videos, but also, you know, branches out and does other narrative analysis videos, has created this ultimate analysis on the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth ending, and also where it might go for the future. And it's been making the rounds with streamers and content creators who have played Remake and Rebirth, and we, you know, we at CrossOutBryce here, we love our Final Fantasy Remake and Rebirth. In fact, today is the 5th anniversary of Final Fantasy VII Remake. I didn't plan that. It just happened to be. But this game, those 2 games, plus the unannounced 3rd game, they're always on my mind. They're always games I'm thinking about, and I really do want to give this the time of day and actually, you know, sit down and really watch this with you guys. I could have just watched it on my own, but I was like, something told me, you know what, react to this. Actually break it down with chat, pause when you need to. I think it will be very fun that way, because really the most fun I've had is going through Remake and Rebirth with you guys and really just trying to connect the dots and figure out like what's been going on. If you're here for the first time, welcome. I'm Bryce, CrossOutBryce. I'm a variety streamer. I do action games, action adventure games, story-based games, JRPGs. The next Final Fantasy game we're going to be playing is Final Fantasy X. We've played through, you know, 7, Remake, Rebirth, and we've done all of that. That's on the VOD channel. But yeah, I don't want to yap for too long. It's just that I'm excited. I'm ready to go. I do not know what to expect. The only spoiler that I have, I know how the video ends. And that's because when I ended stream yesterday, I did peek into Jess Capricorn's stream, friend of the channel, and she was right at the end, like literally right at the final shot of the video. And I was like, come on. I was like, really? So I do know how the video ends on that very final shot, which we'll get there when we get there. But yeah, shout out to SubTXT on YouTube. If you don't follow them on you know, Twitter or YouTube, please do if you're interested in this Final Fantasy VII content, because they seem to I'm excited to get into an analysis video, because that's my bread and butter. That's my shit. That's consuming day to day or on a weekly. But I don't really do a lot of reaction stuff here. This will be something different, something chill. Probably I'll be streaming 2-3 hours, and then I will send you. If you've ever played Final Fantasy VII, if you care about it, you know, feel free to hang out with me. Feel free to ask questions. Feel free to bring stuff up in the chat, and I'll pause and play as we go along. I am going to send out something in the Discord real quick, just saying, hey, I'm live. Even though I just did that, I'll do it again. I'll be annoying. And then we will start. How's everyone's day, though? Everyone's night, I guess, because we are streaming a little bit. We're starting stream a little bit later. We usually start at like 7. It's 9. Do. Yeah, this music's kind of intense, I'm not gonna lie. Better, installed Blender. You what now? Excuse me? What are you making in Blender? What's going on over there? Live on Twitch. Gonna do a little bit of this. A little bit of that. All right, that's all set. It's a 3D animation object app. Oh, I'm familiar. I'm very familiar. Blender is the ultimate test of your patience and your wits. Are you starting with a donut? Believe me, I know. I'm not extremely fluent, but I am kinda. I don't know. I'd rate myself at a 6 out of 10 on the Blender scale. We're seeing how much I can learn in an hour. A lot of people start with the donut and just see if they can make that. And I love people when they start off with it because they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna try to put sprinkles on it." I'm like, "Whoa, slow your roll here. What you doing? You get a little fancy." I love Final Fantasy VII theory. So do I. I'm very excited. Welcome to the stream. I am getting a phone call and it just went away. Why'd it go away? It was from work. Should I call back? I should probably call back. Give me a second. Give me 2 seconds. Hang out in the chat. We will be starting this video in a hot minute. Welcome to the stream, Hamatanko. All right. I got butt dialed by my boss. Inexperience, to be sure. Anyways, let's start this thing. Let us do this. All right, we got everything good. I saw a phone like call pop up on my, and I was like, oh oh, I gotta answer this. And then they were like, oh, sorry, it was an accident, my bad. And I was like, oh, all right. I mean, I assumed so since it is 9/11 at night, but I just want to make sure. I just could never be too sure, right? Anyways, with that being said, let's hop in. Hey, Corey, how you doing? Amatanko, Deny, Ma, we are starting something new. We are hopping into this theory video by SubTXT, and I'm very excited. Let me stop Spotify, even though they're playing just the best music right now. All right. It has been a while. It's been a minute. It's been a minute since we've played Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I just uploaded that playthrough on the VOD channel, and I have one more, which is our fight against Gilgamesh. I got one more to upload. Maybe tomorrow? Maybe? I gotta timestamp it, so we'll see how I feel after we finish reacting to this, because I have not begun to timestamp that. But, yeah, I got one more VOD on that left, and, yeah, it's been a minute since we've played it. Again, I've said this before, we will be going back to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I gotta do hard mode, so that will most likely be next year. Once they announce Part 3, we'll be getting back into Rebirth for sure. But for now, we're just taking it easy. We're seeing what the theories are about of Part 3. And I want to see why this has been making the rounds as quickly and as fast as it has, and why has it been causing such a stir, right? So I missed that game already. Same. I mean, I could boot it up anytime I want, and I have the Steam Deck, which has a remote play, so I can play it. I can play it essentially the best version of it on a handheld. It's incredible. I just booted up and I'm like, not yet. Not yet. So I got a lot of other games I'm trying to work through the backlog, right? For 2025, but we will be going back for sure. School stuff, graduating next month. Oh, congratulations. I hope everything, goes well. I needed Part 3 like yesterday. My prediction is summer of 2027. Anywhere from like June to like September of 2027 is my guess. Because that'll line it up with the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy VII Original. But yeah, very excited for it. Extremely excited. There was something else I was going to say about Final Fantasy, and I forgot. Oh, right. I kind of generally know what I want to do, right? I want to do a hard mode playthrough of Rebirth next year. I don't know when next year, but I do want to do it next year. And then, we do Part 3. And then after that, I want to do a playthrough of Part 1, 2, and 3, all back to back on PC, but with mods. And I just want to make it the craziest fucking playthrough ever. Like, we're gonna be playing as Tifa as the leader. I don't know. We're gonna have Sephiroth in the party for no good reason. Like, I want to make it the most cracked fucking playthrough that anyone has ever seen. Because I haven't touched a single PC mod. Like, I don't even own the games on PC yet. But I do know when I buy those that I just want to make it so insane. Make it a whole journey with a bunch of jokes and bits and stuff. All party members are Zack. Someone the week that it came out on PC, that Rebirth came out on PC, somebody made a playable Zack just fully. Like, he is playable in certain sections of Rebirth, but they added him to the party almost immediately. And they're like, yeah, he's a bit weird because he's not built for that, but you can do it. Same with Sephiroth. And I'm just like, Jesus, you guys are fast. You're fast. They're so fast that on April Fools, when they made they did a whole thing where it was like, oh, we're going to do a alternate universe version of the Final Fantasy VII characters with Cloud and Tifa and Aerith and Barrett, all in high school, right? Within a day, people had made full costumes of the high school outfits to put into Rebirth and to remake. I'm like, geez, you guys are something else. They work fast. But anyways, with that being said, let's go on over here. I'm going to start this video, and if you guys, if the audio is too loud or anything, let me know. If you want me to change my camera to a different position on the screen, let me know. But this is what we're going to start with. Here we go. And I'm going to pause as needed to talk to you guys and share my own theories about what SubText is saying. If you guys also want to bring up something, I may pause it at sometimes, but let's go without further ado.
I couldn't have dreamt that. It all felt way too real.
This video will mention spoilers for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and everything Final Fantasy VII related. No, not the buffer! How's the audio? Damn, this intro. I'm feeling it already. This cold open is something I wouldn't edit. This intro is incredible. Oh my god. I'm really feeling it. Oh, no problem. Thank you for stopping by. I didn't expect you to stop by, but thank you. I've been trying to dodge and weave this until I got a chance to react to it. And I came in right in Jess's stream at the end. But let me actually pause the cold open. I don't want to yap over it. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for making this. So many people have recommended this to me. And I'm finally excited to get a chance to check it out and to see where your analysis goes. But yeah, thank you.
What do you make of this, Cloud?
Incredible cold open.
Is any of it real? Or is it all just a fever dream?
Oh, the music cut out?
At this point, nearly a year from FF7 Rebirth's release, there is a good chance you've listened to a whole lot of other analysis videos and discussions about FF7 Rebirth and its ending. And odds are, you may believe somewhere deep down that you've heard all there is to hear about it. If that's the case, good. As someone just like you, I've heard it all too. And it's the exact reason I'm making this video.
I've seen a lot.
All the things I haven't heard people talking about. I have fine-tuned, rewritten, and re-recorded this video more times than The Last of Us has been re-released. And I've taken nearly a year doing it to
We're
make
playing
sure
The Last of Us right now.
With a whole new understanding of why FF7 Rebirth ended the way it did, and what it means for the entire trilogy story. I want to make sure that even if you sucked up all of the FF7 Rebirth videos that exist up to this point, this video
it's kind of funny.
will still make you say, holy crap, I've never thought of that. This isn't to say there aren't good videos out there. There are plenty, and I agree with a lot of what they've concluded. That all of this was done to deepen the depiction of Cloud as an unreliable narrator, and to keep us talking as we wait for the next game. To keep everyone speculating about what may happen in Part 3. Yes, totally, 100%.
Nailed it. I know. Thank you. Moving on.
All of that is correct.
Love
that's
that.
Not even necessarily a secret. In fact,
are you playing 1 or 2? I'm playing 2.
We're
about 5 hours in.
That is why this video exists.
We just made it to the TV station.
Just barely scratching the surface on why this game ended the way it did. As a writer myself, I have found so many hidden reasons for so many storytelling choices in Rebirth that I haven't seen discussed. Reasons that may be hidden from us even as we stare directly at them. Reasons that may reveal how this game may be changing fate, even when...
Oh, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, I usually just stream like story-based games, action-adventure games, JRPGs. We're working through the Final Fantasy games out of order. Like, but we played Rebirth hard mode. We played Remake hard mode. Rebirth. Final Fantasy X is next. So yeah, thank you so much for subbing. I've also subbed on YouTube. But yeah, let's see where this goes.
It doesn't look like it does. Reasons that, surprisingly even to me, have almost nothing to do with counting rainbows or different dog breeds. No matter how tempting it is
stamp analysis.
To overanalyze those things. The truth is that there is a far bigger picture I haven't seen people talking about. And if there's anything I'm good at, it's catching things most people aren't talking about.
Okay.
I'm gonna find it. Here it is. So this was from SubTXT on Twitter. This is a spoiler. This is a heads up. This is the credits of the game. If you speed up every single cutscene, SubTXT did his work. These specific scenes are the weird fucking scenes. Again, weird scenes are the ones that are missing.
That is the aim of this video. To give you a whole new perspective on not only the story and its final details,
this video is gonna go
but also
places.
many of the big questions that surround this trilogy.
Also, I love the sheer amount of max we've seen.
Seem like a lot. I'm going to cover a lot of ground very
He does talk about it quite a bit.
Last around 10 minutes each, with the first half of this video focusing on everything directly related to Rebirth. My feelings about the ending, whether this is all a sequel to the original or not, and some deep storytelling theory that helps answer why the developers focus so heavily on the idea of changing fate in Remake, given that not much
This video is made for me,
changed
guys.
by the end of Rebirth.
You're talking about you broke it down in a 3-act structure,
big themes of the entire
even though it's
Remake
not
trilogy and how they made
going in a
blend
3-act
lot of the
structure
new and
type of
old
way.
elements into one cohesive story in part 3. And while this video is mostly about the big picture, the true starting point for all of that analysis was born out of spending months wrestling with my conflicting feelings about the ending.
Ooh, okay.
It didn't feel like the ending was good. You know, that feeling when you reach an ending to something and you just say, God damn. But it was also hard to say that it was bad. I got a lot of what they were going for, but I was just a bit bewildered. There were so many questions on my mind.
Okay, I just want to pause it right there. I've heard that by so many people that I know and who I follow, that they felt like the ending was bad, or they felt conflicted because of how Aerith's death was portrayed, because it was uncertain or unclear, and they really wanted to see how it played out just like the original, right? Weirdly, I didn't have that feeling. A little bit, but not to an insane degree. Like you do, if you go back into my reactions, you do see me confused. Like I do cheer, I do fist pump when he blocks the sword shot, right? But and then I get confused when reality glitches out. But by the end, by the farewell scene where the journey continues, right? No promises to keep. I didn't feel devastated or let down. I was just like, okay, let's see where this goes. Oh. Well, thanks. Thanks for gifting a sub to SubTXT. I was just like, let's see where this goes. Because I'm under the impression that they're going to show out the full scene of Clout laying Aerith into the water in part 3. Clearly his memories or his sense of reality is all messed up. So I do think that they will show the full scene or the full aftermath, right? After she's passed away. I do think that they will show that in part 3, or at least that's what I expect. But yeah, let's keep going.
What did I just experience? What exactly happens? Why did they do it that way? And as the months have passed, I've had more time to digest it all. And in that process, I've gotten to do something that I love the Remake trilogy for. Something that is, in truth, the reason I started this whole YouTube thing. On this channel, my intention is to deconstruct the reasons why stories and games are told the way they are. A deep dive into the possible thoughts and intentions of the creative people behind it and what may be going on underneath the surface. An unpacking of the creative subtext, if you will, behind the creativity that we love and hate to debate.
Oh, this is going to be a good narrative analysis.
I, as a person, am obsessed with creativity. For the longest time, I wanted to be a screenwriter, and in the years since, I've built a different career in the creative arts. And in my time studying and then working professionally on creative projects, I've come to appreciate all of the thinking that goes into them, even when they don't fully work. That's because there is a real truth to the incredible monologue that comes from a critic toward the end of Ratatouille.
Hold on. What? I was about to say, if I see Story by Robert McKay, I'm gonna lose it. Not that it's a bad book, phenomenal book. I both own it and I have a PDF. But I was about to like throw that out there, right? And then I was blindsided by this. Hold on. Let's go back a smidge.
Into them, even when they don't fully work. That's because there is a real truth to the incredible.
Also relevant to us because we just finished a 23-week long marathon of Pixar movies in the Discord. So we're familiar with Ratatouille. We've had it on the mind. We're in fact ranking all the Pixar movies on Saturday. So
monologue that comes from a critic toward the end of Ratatouille.
all right.
In many ways, the work of a critic is easy. We risk very little, yet enjoy a position over those who offer up their work and themselves to our judgment. We thrive on negative criticism, which is fun to write and to read. But the bitter truth we critics must face.
This is amazing. This is so good.
The average piece of junk is probably more meaningful than our criticism designating it so. But there are times when a critic truly risks something, and that is in the discovery and defense of the new. The world is often unkind to new talent, new creations. The new needs friends.
That's why this video isn't about telling you definitively whether FF7 Rebirth's ending was genius or garbage. That's for you to decide, and it's not really something I'm interested in doing.
I'm gonna write
Instead,
that down, subtext.
I'm interested in diving
Thank
into
you for the
dimensions of it
suggestion.
and digging deep into things I haven't seen discussed about this ending. Reasons why I feel like the ending can be seen as both a success and a failure, with both conclusions drawn by looking at the story through the lens of classic storytelling principles. That sense of duality, that two things can be true at once, is rampant in both Rebirth and this video. I've seen both positive and negative reactions to this ending, and I myself have
This game is
experienced
not
both
a
feelings.
masterpiece.
I also think, and don't hate me for saying this, that's perfectly normal. I hate that we live in this world where hot takes and hard stances are the expectation, and God forbid you have any nuanced opinions about anything. Well, I'm sorry, but I do. I love this game. It is, in so many ways, so much more than I could have ever imagined it to be. I flew through the canyons, dove into the live stream, fought Vincent Valentine as the goddamn Galleon Beast.
What a hype
I even
moment. Oh my
cried,
god.
Which, honestly, the original never actually accomplished for me, personally. It is gaming at its most peak, but it ain't perfect.
I cried too. Though not at the moment that you expect. I'm famous for crying when you're dropped into the shoes of Sephiroth at the beginning of Rebirth. I lost my mind. Very embarrassing. I knew that they were going to tell that because I've played the original. I played that first, but I didn't know that they were just going to do the camera pan around and then you play as Sephiroth. I got emotional. You were just ready to play as him. I knew that, like, I expected him as a partner, right? I didn't expect to actually play as him. And on launch day, when they did that, I just was, like, overwhelmed with so much emotion. I also got choked up near the end, in chapter 13, but that was the moment where I, like, really, like, broke down. Oh, thanks.
Brilliantly, and it does some things kind of stupidly, sometimes within minutes of each other. And that is okay.
He's just laying around.
Not perfect. But as Robin Williams once said to a young Matt Damon,
I love this movie.
You're not perfect, sport. And let me save you the suspense. This girl you met, she isn't perfect either. But the question is whether or not you're perfect for each other. That's the whole deal.
Why this way?
When I reached the credits of FF7 Rebirth, something happened inside me that didn't happen at the end of FF7 Remake. I was genuinely a bit disappointed. As much as I loved nearly the entire journey and was blown away by so much of the Rebirth experience as both a story and a video game, something about the ending left me feeling numb to it. I wasn't mad, I wasn't sad, I wasn't happy, I wasn't upset, I wasn't excited, I wasn't even very confused, at least in the moment. I just felt nothing. It felt like the game had just literally thrown everything at me. It gave me saving Aerith and losing her. It gave me Cloud and Zack reuniting and separating. It gave me a heartbreaking goodbye scene and a comforting farewell. And it did all of that in a breakneck, non-stop torrent of scenes where I was hopping into different worlds, flying through singularity gaps, seeing different versions of events at the same time.
All this shit happened in the span of like 3 hours, guys.
Villain in gaming history and getting into
was a roller coaster.
14-phase boss fight with literally 12 different party combinations. Not to mention the fact that some of those party members may or may not have actually been alive. All of that was before a final series of scenes with shapeshifters and walking, talking dead people. It was a lot to take in.
Oh, this was so much.
If I'm being completely honest, I felt like the devs were cowards for it.
Whoa.
Not to say I wanted Aerith to be saved, as I'll talk about later, but because it came across like they were too afraid to make a real choice.
I've heard this a lot.
The final choice seems to be her death, but they couldn't just do that. No, they instead had to at least give fans the imagery they so desired, Aerith being saved, just moments after establishing that such fate-breaking events could conceivably create alternative worlds that may not even matter, given the apparent pointlessness of Zack's different worlds, a plot device that seemed at the time not like a multiverse of madness, but rather a multiverse of meandering nothingness. In short,
I've heard by so many that were disappointed about this, where they thought that the whole point of the game is to change fate, right? That they wanted to see something completely different, and they were sure that, you know, Cloud and the party were going to change Aerith's fate. So when it didn't happen, they were disappointed. But then there are others who are disappointed because her death happened as they wanted it to happen, or like it happened, but it wasn't shown the way that they wanted it to happen. So I have heard that it was disappointing or that it was pointless, and I'm like, hold on, let them cook. It's the middle of the story. But I also think that it's confusing to many who may not look at this game on a deeper level, with a deeper lens, that like this game doesn't end like a second act should. I don't know if SubTX is going to get into this. I don't want to yap too much because we're like 12 minutes in, but like this game, you think that this game would end at the top of the damn mountain, right? At the northern crater, but it doesn't. We're not even there yet, which makes me wonder what the hell is part 3 beginning gonna be like. Like, how fast are we gonna go? What are we gonna skip? Or is that game just gonna be massive? Is it gonna be on 3 disc? But yeah, let's keep going.
It felt like the creators didn't really make any choices and instead kept every possibility on the table, keeping Aerith around just in case fans rioted around her death, and keeping Zack in the background until they could maybe finally do something impactful with him in part 3. And in that way, it didn't even feel like a cliffhanger. It felt like a cop-out, a way to throw every possibility and every emotion at us in an attempt to get us talking without providing any resolution. And in so doing, it failed at delivering what most of us expect from an ending to practically anything. In a bit of irony, given his inability to finish the Song of Ice and Fire books to the point that it led to a pretty awful ending to the Game of Thrones show,
you got it right, though.
George R. R. Martin once said this about endings, quote, "A good story should make you feel something, whether it's joy, sorrow, or even anger. If you reach the end of a story and feel nothing, then it hasn't done its job." And that is a big reason why the ending didn't connect for me after my first playthrough. I didn't know what to feel because the game went out of its way to make sure I couldn't be sure of anything. My emotions were standing at the control panel, stumped as to what to do. And it's hard to know how you feel about an ending when you don't know what to feel. That sense of narrative indecisiveness, the feeling that the writers didn't really make any choices and just kept every possibility on the table, may have been amplified in my head because of interviews that dropped right before Rebirth came out.
I was holding back. I was holding back on this. There's so many people, the creators came out and said, like, we... that man is enjoying his royalties. He is. The creators, the developers came out and said, like, yeah, we are adjusting Rebirth depending on based on feedback to the first game and what players expect, right, or what players would like to see. And so there's a group of people, fans now, who think that, like, this kind of narrative indecisiveness or this feeling of narrative indecisiveness was created because, well, they wanted to appease everyone, right? And I do think that they want to appease as many people as possible, but I don't think that this aimless feeling, like, I do feel like it's you may get that on first glance, right, like as you finish the game, but like I don't think that they don't know what they're doing, right? I feel like they definitely know what they're doing. So yeah, a lot of people though have said, like, they read this or articles like this, they saw the developers being like, well, we want to make sure that everyone is happy and that we can provide an experience that everyone can enjoy. And some people finish the game and they're just like, this is not a masterpiece. They don't know what they're doing. They're backtracking. They've just given up. And it's like, let them cook.
Where producer Yoshinori Kitase talked about potentially changing direction on Part 3 depending on fan response. Quote, well, we've of course already gotten started with Part 3 at the scenario and plot level. We have a tentative first draft for the scenario and isn't a finished date, so things have gotten started. That said, although we've gotten some work done, there will still be parts we create by combining players' responses and reactions and going over that feedback. So after the release of Part 2, it's possible that the things we're coming up with for Part 3, the concept, etc. will change. Therefore, I hope everyone will play Part 2 before Part 3 and keep providing us with your reactions to it. At the time, I remember this being a giant red flag for some fans. But for me, at least when that quote first dropped, I wasn't bothered by it all that much because, to some extent, of course, you would probably alter some things based on fan response.
Yeah.
What if people missed an important detail? Well, then you might need to clarify that in the next game. What if people figured something out early? Then maybe you would need to throw that into doubt a little bit. What if you rush past a critical plot point so quickly that people didn't even realize it was talked about?
I'll stop the meteor.
This is so weird. This is so weird. Why say that? Like, have we even talked about there being a meteor yet? Have we even talked about what the black materia does?
No.
I don't think we have.
We have not.
Long story short, there were a million reasons why fan feedback could have impacted the draft of Part 3 scenario. But while sitting on my couch at 2 a.m. after beating the game,
Wait, was it?
like they had opened so
Hold on. Wait. It was talked about? When? Meteor, but super fast and Sephiroth interrupts it. In end of chapter 12? Maybe? I showed it right before the max. Oh, hold on. We're going back. I apologize.
people figured something out early, then maybe you would need to throw that into doubt a little.
Yeah, sorry. I was thinking about something right here where you said you may need to throw them into doubt if somebody figures out something early. That's just a very dangerous thing. A very thin line you got to balance and walk when you're writing a story. Some people, try and create swerves when their audience figures things out, and some people can do it masterfully. Some people cannot. So I was just thinking to myself, where it's like, ooh, if they try and do that, they gotta really think it through.
A little bit. What if you rush past a critical plot point so quickly that people didn't even realize it was talked about?
I'll stop the meteor.
This is so weird. This is so weird.
I recall.
Why say that? Like, have we even talked about there being a meteor yet? Have we even talked about what the black materia does? I don't think we have.
Long story short, there were a million reasons why fan feedback could have impacted the draft of Part 3 scenario. But while sitting on my couch at 2 a.m. after beating the game, it felt like they had opened so many potential plot doors to walk through that it seemed like I was facing the worst possibility. That maybe they really didn't have all this planned as much as I had hoped. If true, that would also mean that their ambition was something far lesser than what they had implicitly promised with the ending of Remake.
I'm not gonna lie and
It
say I
felt
didn't feel
they
like
had mostly made these changes just so they can lay on some thick fan service without actually making any bold choices or risking anything real and consequential about the story.
I'm not gonna lie and say I didn't feel this way at least a little bit. When I did finish the game, I really kept saying, like, we are gonna end at the crater, we're gonna end at the crater, we're gonna end at the crater, and we didn't. And most of me, I will say like 70% of me was like, okay, like, we just got to let it play out. I do trust that they have a plan, but there was a part of me that was like, well, what if they don't? And what if they just, like, they really wanted to get to this, to Aerith's death because it was a fan favorite moment that everybody was looking forward to, right? But I tried not to, like, dwell on that. Zach, though, however, I also felt for a while, I was like, well, was he just in here for fan service? Because he's not in the game a lot. But I do think that there's a reason for him, but let's keep going.
Fans are divided about killing or saving Aerith? How about both? You want to fight with Zack and Cloud? You got it. You want to say
I thought that was part 3.
to Aerith?
I thought that was
How
part
about
3
we do that
material.
3 different times. In the direct aftermath of the ending, it felt like the only thing they were certain about was giving us dream scenarios that would make fans happy, regardless
I did
of
cheer.
how little sense it made.
I did cheer.
Sent a defeated message to a friend of mine the day after beating Rebirth that said simply, the only concept for any kind of video I can think of right now is, maybe it's just fan service. But as someone who spent a lot of time digging into the narrative construction of Remake, the idea that they didn't have all this planned out felt almost impossible. Of course, details would change, but it felt like the idea that they didn't have an overall ending in mind just didn't. The idea that they didn't have all this planned out felt almost impossible. Of course, details would change, but it felt like the idea...
plot of the second game ended at the Gungaga Mako reactor after Tifa falls into the... Okay, Chapter 9 is one of my favorite chapters. Like, in the whole thing, it's phenomenal, right? From the music to what is happening to, you know, there being a Tifa focus. But what? Okay, all right. I can't imagine that. There's no way that must have been when, like, maybe they were thinking that this was going to be 4 parts or something, because that is crazy.
That they didn't have an overall ending in mind just didn't make sense to me.
Right.
It wasn't like
okay,
the Star
exactly,
Wars
exactly.
sequels, where a different director and writer headed every project. It was mostly one unified creative team that had been working together for decades. So, after several months of thinking about it and a full replay of the game later, it does seem impossible. That feeling has almost completely subsided. In fact, this ending that I just spent several minutes criticizing may be an ending that I actually love. And that's because I may finally understand what it's really about. To help explain what I mean, I will need to dig into a few meaty questions about why they built the story of Rebirth the way they did.
Okay.
Of course, the most obvious reasons as to why they ended the story this way are clear. To keep us all talking for the next 3 years and to mess with Cloud's head, to further disrupt his sense of what's real. All of this has been much discussed, and I agree. But that answer isn't quite satisfying enough. If that's all their goal is, to depict a mental collapse that already happens in the original game without all of this multi-world nonsense, then why do it this way? Why was that worth such a big change to FF7's most iconic moment, Final Fantasy VII's most emotional scene, a change that seems to prioritize confusion over emotion when emotion should arguably matter most? And why was it worth introducing the whole idea of changing fate if the Fate fans care about most wasn't changed? That question is where we'll start, because it's at the heart of a question I've heard asked constantly since FF7 Rebirth came out.
Did they change their mind? Let's find out.
Okay, you have to justify now why you're making these changes. And I almost don't feel like that was answered with how Remake ended in some instances, because I was like, okay, your answer to changing things is to change nothing.
Like, I thought the Rebirth
No,
was gonna be
Maddie.
like,
Gee, I did watch that talk with Maddie and Gene, but okay. Oh, and now we got the boys in here. We got Tim blessing Imran, right? And not Roger. Barrett. Hold on. How did I struggle on Barrett when Barrett is a character? You know what? I did watch this. And I was like, Tim, no!
I don't feel like that was answered with how Remake ended in some instances, because I was like, okay, your answer to changing things is to change nothing.
Yeah, I'm a
like,
fake.
I thought
I'm
the
a
Rebirth
fake kind
was
of
gonna
funny
be
guy.
like, hey man, it's a new adventure. We
Even
might go
like
to
10
some...
hour, both of us 10 hours in, coming to each other with like theories of how off the rails they were gonna go, and then
They just did it,
Yeah.
which I think is a surprise.
This, if we fail,
Hey, we
that's
know
what's
her.
going to happen. If we don't change fate, that is what will happen. So that is the original fate that they were going to change. And if that's true, then why did Aerith die? Like, they aren't changing the game.
My theory is that they backed off a lot of the changes they were going to make in Rebirth when they got reaction to what happened at the end of Remake. I think Zach was probably a lot more involved in that original script idea, and then he is in the final game. I suspect they're also looking at like reactions to Rebirth as they're making whatever they call the next game.
I sort of felt like
that I couldn't refute it at the time, because when I saw that, I did feel uncertain about Zach's involvement. I did think that Zach's involvement would definitely play out a different way. But thinking that like they backtracked on ideas or their core ideas or of the plot structure of Rebirth because of Remake feedback, no, I really don't think so. Yeah. I couldn't figure out all the reasoning until this video. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna rewind just a smidge to so we can hear the start of Max.
Yeah. And then he is in the final game. I suspect they're also looking at like reactions to Rebirth as they're making whatever they call the next game.
I sort of felt like that almost happened as I was playing through Rebirth, where it's like, oh, it seemed like this was all setting up for this, but then it didn't, and it did something completely different, almost to like go against the expectations that people had, you know? And you have to realize that all these big plot devices and how they eventually work out, regardless of what everybody's theory is, are 100% subject to change over the next 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, of course.
It's not surprising that a lot of people walked away from FF7 Rebirth feeling like the developers backtracked on the idea of changing fate, which seemed to be the main point of Remake's ending. Hell, it even seemed like they had
CGI models
on
look
wanting
so
to include
different,
Zack in the
but they're
game,
still good looking.
despite being on the cover. I mean, why promote him so heavily and then only give him roughly 40 minutes of gameplay and cutscenes in a 40+ hour story? In fact, before getting into the bigger fate question, let's start with Zack. If there was a decision...
Before we even start with Zack, if I'm being completely honest, the cover of the game should be Sephiroth in the middle with Aerith on the left and Tifa on the right. I know there's a variant of that. That should be the cover, in my opinion. But I know that, you know, they put Zack on it to sell copies, and also there is a reason that we will find out about now.
to scale back his role in Rebirth.
Yeah, sure. I just didn't want. I was worried about the subtitles getting in the way of, you know, the game subtitles. I could also turn it up if it's too quiet. Is it too quiet? They do get in the way here or there, yeah. I can turn it up a lot, actually. Just let me know. All right, well, Noel's not saying anything, so I'm going to play it.
Seen a lot of fans speculate, then why put him on the cover? It's not like they revealed the cover very early in development and were locked into it. They revealed it just 5 months before release.
Let me know if that's
and Nomura gave an
too
entire
loud.
logic to it that made Zack as equally as important as the other two cover stars. But even more noteworthy, in an interview with Game Informer in December, roughly 2.5 months from release, director Naoki Hamaguchi said this, quote, "We have used the character Zack to depict the combined view of writer Kazushiki Nojima, creator-director Tetsuya Nomura, and producer Yoshinori Kitase, the original creators, intents of how this world of Final Fantasy VII came to be, and its policies and rules governing this world. This is going to be depicted through the character of Zack. As much as the whispers within the story, Zack is an equally immensely important, crucial key character to this story that I believe fans will enjoy in Rebirth." With this quote, just a couple of months from release, we find more evidence of the confusing dualities within Rebirth. The developers say he is an immensely important, crucial key character, yet he gets surprisingly little screen time and is practically ignored by Sephiroth more than once.
55 minutes.
You want a piece of me?
No, not you.
Remember that intermission, that Zack intermissions that's like 10 minutes long? Like right, chapter
What the hell
7 or
happened to
8?
You were a soldier. How could you turn your back on everything we stand for?
Easily.
He actively disrespects Zack's presence in one moment and casually slops away a piercing question in the next. Sephiroth treats him like a mild irritant more than an important character. And it's not just Sephiroth
like
that
a
seems to
mosquito
treat him this way. The game itself does by giving you the option to just turn off his scenes in New Game Plus.
I would never.
His presence doesn't seem all that important.
Crazy.
Yet it apparently is. Hell, a Zack moment is what opens the game and serves as Rebirth's title drop.
Incredible
So then,
opening.
why feature Zack so prominently and say his presence matters so much? I mean, sure, maybe because of marketing, given Zack's popularity, but I think that's too cynical and kind of backfired from talking to a few Zack fans who were disappointed with how little there was of him in the game. And if it were only for that, I don't think the game's director would call him an immensely important, crucial key character. Of course he'd hype him up, but that description goes a little far considering how much of the game he's in. I think the reason is because the developers are truly thinking about the entire 3-game experience of this story. There were multiple moments included in Remake that don't really make much sense until Rebirth, and it's because the developers are far more concerned with the full trilogy experience than the experience of each individual
I
game.
have been trying to
For better
tell
or
people
worse.
this
There is no
for
greater
so
example of that
long.
than how they're handling the concept of changing fate. The idea was clearly on the minds of every player as they walked up the steps to the water altar, the setting of the most famous death in not only—
It is so hard to... It just muted the video. My bad. It is so hard to talk to a person who either just has only played Remake and Rebirth or who's just kind of narrow-minded and wanting this series to be like 1-to-1, even though like we've known since 2020 that it's not a 1-to-1 remake. It's so hard to just keep like telling them like, hey, the developers are focused on the entire story, like let them flesh it out, because it feels like it falls on deaf ears sometimes. I'm gonna rewind
as they
this.
walked up the steps to the water altar, the setting of the most famous death in not only all of Final Fantasy, but perhaps all of gaming. And it's clear the developers wanted us thinking about it a lot. First, there was the marketing cycle. In the lead up to Rebirth's release, the developers clarified as early as September that the game would conclude at the Forgotten Capital, where, quote, the greatest fate of Final Fantasy VII awaits you. They did a global media tour saying, quote, the whole of the story of Rebirth is building up to that dramatic climax, and believed Aerith's fate would, quote, shock even the players who have played through the original scene multiple times.
I was in such
How do you think
denial.
people are going to react to that scene? You know the one.
I was like, it's still gonna end at the crater.
They even got major mainstream publications like GQ and the New York Times to write features all about the impact of the original death and if it'll be recreated in Rebirth. But let's give that a pass. Let's just say that's marketing doing its job. If you look at the first two games themselves, they also funnel the player into focusing on what may happen at this pivotal point. Let's recap. Remake builds an entire game around the idea of changing fate and hits us over the head with the concept that Aerith knows everything that is to come. She knows the potential consequences of Sephiroth's offer at the end of the highway, She knows the consequences so well that she even hesitates. But in the end, she chooses to accept Sephiroth's offer to follow him into the singularity and change
I'll just
fate.
keep it at 720.
Sephiroth wants to change what's to come, and so does Aerith. And so, at the end of Remake, for everyone other than the most stalwart originalists who believed and still believe nothing major will change, it appeared that the die was cast. Both the party and Sephiroth worked to change fate, to change the future as they knew it and we knew it. And the cliffhanger text doubled down. The unknown journey will continue. The implication was clear. Nothing from this point onward was guaranteed. So, how does Rebirth start? Not in the security of the world we know. No, it starts in Zack's reality with an opening sequence where everything we know is thrown into question and leaves us with a visual that teases Aerith's death, especially for longtime fans who've had the image of the fallen white materia seared into their brains for the past 27 years. Right from the start, from before the first moment we ever control Cloud, the idea is planted in our minds. Aerith's fate is on the line. Throughout the game, there are moments of foreshadowing, some that they even sneak in quite nimbly.
And what about our fourth match? Aerith is in trouble. Will she survive?
While others are
I
far
caught
more
that
in
when I
your
was going back in my VODs.
Seek, and you are sure to find. But alas, you shall forever lose what you cherish most.
These made me scared.
The stars work in mysterious ways.
Extremely,
There
yeah.
are also moments that are aligned to what's set up in Remake. Moments that are made to feel like they can be interpreted as a sign that perhaps her fate can change. From Kate Sith talking about a last-minute twist that may pleasantly surprise you, to Marlene outright telling Zack that he needs to help Cloud save Aerith. The most important words, however, come from Aerith herself during her speech in the penultimate chapter of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Right after the emotionally tortuous Temple of the Ancients trials, Aerith says the past is set in stone, but the future, even if it's been written, can be changed. This has been an idea Aerith has repeated over and over since back in Remake, when she did indeed have confirmed knowledge of the future.
It might sound crazy, but back in Midgar, Aerith and I could both see the future.
And you're asking me this? Just had a feeling you'd know.
I think that I think a lot of people had the idea of and SubTX mentioned just like earlier in the video that the fate that fans wanted to change the most, Aerith's death, they thought was the one that we would be changing, whereas I think that the actual fate that may be changed is, the ending of the actual game, which is, the ending where everything survives, but the humans are dead. Or actually, we don't know the status of the humans. They're it's unclear, but Red 13 does get a glimpse of that future in Remake, near the end, and he says it's a glimpse of a fate if we lose here today or something like that, somewhere along those lines. And I think that final ending is the one that we may be changing. That's always been my assumption, or at least my assumption, kind of going through. Actually, that was my assumption in the first game, and that was my assumption at the end of this. I guess I was preoccupied with Aerith's death and everything as I was playing through this, if we would be able to change it or not. But yeah.
Probably did at one point. All that stuff was taken from me, though.
Jay, the third game is going to be huge. It's going to be massive.
That means she had seen the future and believed it could and should be changed. If this came from any other character, perhaps it would be easier to dismiss. But coming from Aerith, it feels significant. And if she hadn't said it in Rebirth and only said it in Remake, then I could argue, yeah, maybe they did change their mind. But instead, they made her double down right toward the end of this game. But putting myself in your shoes, I can tell you may not be fully convinced yet. Maybe I'm just a dude who is way overanalyzing a few lines of dialogue. Maybe there is something the developers know that I don't.
You got me in with the Ratatouille,
the
Ratatouille reference.
Ending was received that made them change their mind about this whole changing fate thing. For example, hard data that showed that most players outright hated the direction of Remake. Well, as far as I can tell, that didn't happen. In fact, the data I found seems to say quite the opposite. In one poll of Japanese players conducted by Famitsu in August 2020, 75% of players said they were, quote, very satisfied with Final Fantasy VII Remake. Another 17% said they were quite satisfied, adding up to a whopping 92% of players saying they were satisfied overall.
People liked it.
Only 4.3% indicated that they were at all unsatisfied by Remake. One of the player quotes, noted by Famitsu, demonstrated that Remake accomplished exactly what the devs were going for. Quote, before I played it, I did not want them to change anything. But when I actually played it, I found myself engrossed in the story. I had not been into something this much since playing FF7 as an elementary schooler. In another poll conducted by Final Fantasy Union, there were similar results, with players scoring the overall game at an average of 4.45 out of 5, or 89%, almost 90%. And though scores for the ending were slightly lower, it still averaged out to effectively a 4 out of 5, almost 80%. These polls aren't necessarily something to sniff at either. The Famitsu poll was conducted with nearly 3,000 participants from perhaps Japan's most well-respected gaming publication, and the Final Fantasy Union poll reached over 14,000 respondents.
Whoa.
To put that in perspective, the average sample size of the top polls tracking this year's presidential election is just over 2,300 people per poll. In short, it seems most people were very satisfied with the game and the way it ended. If anything, these results are a flashing green light. And it's fair to say that given one of the polls was done by a legitimate publication that does these kinds of surveys all the time, and the other had a sample size bigger than many small towns in America, it is highly unlikely that any research done by Square Enix themselves would have produced vastly different results. To top it all off, as I was in the middle of editing this video, the developers gave the clearest indication yet that they are still crafting the overall story they want regardless of reaction. In an interview with Young Jump, creative director Tetsuya Nomura said this when asked about how much creators should listen to fan response on social media. Quote, players' perspective.
I'm sorry. We're going to go back and we're going to listen to Nomura because we need to. I'm just laughing at, from the side profile, why does he look like an older Noctis from Final Fantasy 15? Why does this man look like Noctis from the side?
Regardless of reaction. In an interview with Young Jump, creative director Tetsuya Nomura said this when asked about how much creators should listen to fan response on social media. Quote, players' perspectives are very interesting, and I find myself learning a lot from them, so it's certainly something I look closely at. As for reflecting those opinions in one's work, I don't think doing so is necessary at all. The key is not just to go along with players' opinions, but to think about the scenario clearly with intent. And in another interview with Anime News Network, in the same week, Rebirth director Naoki Hamaguchi said this about the ending. Quote, in terms of the fan experience we anticipated and also desired, I think we are satisfied in that there are both negative and positive reactions to this scene. Given all of the in-game evidence that they're still playing with the concept of fate, some fairly reliable signals that Remake players largely approved of the new direction, as well as the lead creators behind the project saying they don't fully follow fan feedback and were anticipating and willing to receive negative reception to the way they handled FF7's most iconic scene, it seems to me that there is no reason to believe the developers changed their mind. And just in case you still think I'm wrong and feel like they've backed away from changing fate, then I ask you this. Why did the official story recap that was released a week before launch and included right on the home screen ends by talking almost exclusively about breaking fate?
This was Destiny's crossroads. Every moment, every action, every step taken had all been as the Whispers willed it. To fight them was to break free. On the other side of fate, Sephiroth waited, the Whispers undulating within him.
They know,
Cloud brought
like,
his blade down upon his rival, sundering destiny.
they have a plan, and they're sticking to it.
One, and the shackles of destiny broken, we stood before the unknown, a world of boundless freedom. It was there, beyond where fate could follow, that a new journey began.
So, if they still plan to create a new journey beyond where fate could follow, then why did it feel like Rebirth ran away from the idea of changing fate?
Fuck yeah, man. Fuck yeah. Yes. Okay. Sorry, I'm a big Star Wars fan. Also, I just feel like Empire is like kind of the seminal like example of a second act, right? At least now it is, right? And maybe not back when it came out, but yeah, I'm very excited. Here we go. This video is tailor-made for Bryce. No, the video was tailor-made for me if it brings up if it brings out story, the book that I was talking about earlier. If that's in there, then yeah, no, it's extremely tailor-made.
So this is really not a sequel. It's the second act. It's of an ongoing story. It's not even a series as such. It's just a story that we show in parts.
Aside from the simple fact that it's also the middle installment of a trilogy, there is a good reason people have been comparing Rebirth to The Empire Strikes Back since before its release. Empire has a famously unexpected ending that feels like a low point for the characters, and it is a clear cliffhanger that leaves audiences waiting for the full payoff of taking down Darth Vader. Again, in case you aren't a big Star Wars fan, Empire Strikes Back constantly comes up as the top-rated Star Wars film among fans, and while I surprisingly couldn't find any poll about Star Wars endings, it's often listed among the best endings and usually comes out on top of most lists. So, given the similarities between the two, why isn't Rebirth's ending as revered as Empire's? Well, for one, when actually digging through the history, it turns out that the ending of The Empire Strikes Back wasn't as universally loved in 1980 as it is now. At the time, lots of critics gave it some pretty harsh criticism. The New York Times review led with the title, quote, "The Empire Strikes Back strikes a bland note," and said, "The Empire Strikes Back isn't even a complete narrative. It has no beginning or ends. After approximately 2 hours, Han Solo, Leia, and Luke are no better off than they were at the beginning."
You know what our modern version of this is? Aside from Final Fantasy VII Remake, Rebirth, Spider-Verse. Fans of Spider-Verse have this exact same reaction, and I can't. Yeah, right. Like I will never forget. Like before I even went into that movie, I had a friend who I hadn't seen in years walk out, and we caught up with each other. And he without spoiling the movie, roughly alluded to this, and I'm like, so like I'm like, okay, but maybe it's because I grew up with Empire, and like I've always been a Star Wars fan, so I know like that structure, and I know that it's like one part of a larger story. But yeah, I know a lot of people have an issue that they're like, oh, it's lesser because it's not a complete story, and I'm like, if you really want it to be a complete story, if that really bothers you all that much, just shift your perspective and look at it as from Gwen's perspective. It works as a complete story. But if you want that movie to be good in your head, then you're gonna have to realize that, like from Miles' perspective, then you're gonna have to realize that like this is just one part of a larger whole. Even though I expected it, I was like, damn, it hurts to leave me there. It's still a good movie though. Yeah, I adore it. I feel very similarly about Spider-Verse that I do with Remake and Rebirth, where they're like almost right about equal. Yeah, that's I think I feel that way. I mean, I know Remake isn't completely equal in my head because Remake has a couple pacing issues here and there. I think of the collapsed expressway, right? With the hands or some of the side missions, but I adore that game still. If I look at it critically, I guess it's a 9 or an 8.5, but in my heart it's a 10.
which led them to conclude that it was, quote, simply another chapter that appears to be continuing not onward and upward, but sideways. The Washington Post said it had, quote, no plot structure, no character studies, let alone character development.
We can talk about that
and no
later.
emotional or philosophical point to make. Pauline Kael, probably the most famous critic at the time, was much more positive about it overall, but did critique that it felt weighed down as a, quote, middle bridging film chained to an unresolved plot. This fairly widespread criticism was such a known element that it became something reporters asked fans as they were waiting in lines for the movie across the country.
Think this is going to be as big as Star Wars?
Bigger.
And yet a lot of the critics are panning it.
Well, what do they know?
Although the critics are disappointed, consumers looking for an escape into fantasy this summer will have the last word.
And sure enough, fans themselves walked out saying they really enjoyed the movie as a whole, but didn't quite have the same feelings about the
Same
ending.
here.
Left me confused. Didn't understand the ending of it.
Oh, I thought it was pretty good. I didn't like the ending. It could have been a better ending. Okay, you just came out of the movie.
That's so weird to me.
It was a fantastic movie. They cut it short, though. There was no real ending to it, but it was a great movie.
That's what my dad said about Across the Spider-Verse.
Fast. A lot of things happen very fast.
As it turns out, the ending for Empire Strikes Back may be something that people appreciated over time rather than in the moment. And a big reason for that is because, much like with Rebirth, some fans walked in with certain expectations out of what they expected from the second installment.
It still didn't end up right. You gotta see another one. It might be a Star Wars 3, you know? They didn't kill Darth Vader.
That's so weird.
Expecting certain things.
A Star Wars 3.
They wanted and expected even more out of Han Solo. They were expecting a more classic love story between Luke and Leia, not yet realizing that they were siblings. And of course, they were even expecting Luke to win, rather than end up like this. But as Vincent Valentine so wisely and appropriately put it before entering the Temple of the Ancients,
expectations often lead to disappointment.
That said, while Empire's ending may not have been so beloved at first, it did do something that FF7 Rebirth did not. In Empire, Luke Skywalker spends the movie wrestling with both his destiny and his past. The question of who he is, who his father was, why he's special, and what he will do with his gift is central to the story. By the end of Empire, he's given an answer.
Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father.
He told me enough. He told me you killed him.
No. I am your father.
No. Oh, no.
It's the one
no whiny
audience least expect. But at least it was an answer to the story's main question. Who is Luke? Where is he from? And how might that impact his future? In Rebirth, the central question seems to be, as reiterated at the start of the game, middle of the game, end of the game, and even in the marketing, will Aerith live or die? And while there is seemingly an answer, it is one that is deliberately obscured. It is not as clean as this.
Luke.
Father.
Son, come with me.
And by that measure, it isn't very satisfying, even among fans like
That's
me
very
who
valid.
have changed their mind over time.
I just missed the end. Hope you enjoyed the ending. I don't know if I liked it as much on first view. I was more confused and I'd say dissatisfied. I didn't hate it, but my interpretation was I was fucking confused. To me, it was like too much information hit me way too fast. I don't know what's going on, man. It almost doesn't feel like an ending.
That's true.
I'm super in. I'm super in.
Wrestling with
And I
the
guess it
ending
did
in that
feel
way
like
isn't flip-flopping. It's just the
shit.
outcome of
Oops.
handling a story as
Sorry, I hit the space bar to pause it and I stopped my recording, which means I'll have to go into Premiere and splice it in later. Give me 2 seconds. I don't know why I decided to do that. What I was going to say, actually, I'll just wait till I start the recording again. Cool. I guess it was a lot all at once, right? Because we did talk about the ending for like 2 hours. My VOD was like at 4 hours or 3 hours, and then like it ended at like 6. So yeah, we talked about it for quite some time, trying to just parse through what we just experienced. Yeah, there was a lot.
especially a story that we know this way, and giving us a cliffhanger that doesn't work like a lot of traditional cliffhangers. That's because while cliffhangers can't answer everything, they aren't typically so open to interpretation. They usually leave you wondering what will happen next, and not what just happened. Or, as Zach put it,
what in the hell is going on?
Zach was our audience surrogate in that moment.
Confusion is about the events surrounding Aerith's death. But is Aerith's death really what Rebirth is all about?
However, you'll never see the truth with such clouded eyes.
Shut up!
I know Sephiroth was feeling some type of way about himself when he,
after all,
he hit Cloud with that pun.
You're just a puppet.
With such clouded eyes. The game is so self-aware. Yes.
Most stories contain many different plot lines. A plots, B plots, C plots, and so on. And their designation usually reflects their importance. In Empire Strikes Back, the A plot is clearly about Luke's training and the showdown with Darth Vader, while the B plot is about Han and Leia. They intersect and impact one another, but the questions about Luke are at the heart of the film, and it's the questions about his plotline that are the focus of the ending.
Right.
In Rebirth, the A plot starts out about Cloud, but seems to end up being equally about Aerith, despite the final scene truly being about Cloud's mental state. On paper, lead writer Nojima did the right thing. The true opening, minus the prologue, is a questioning of Cloud's memory, and the ending deepens that suspicion, going so far as to drive distrust and fear of Cloud's mental state, both in players and the party. But the larger meta story of Remake has shifted all of our focus as fans. We've become obsessed with the idea of changing fate, and for good reason. And so the hanging question over this trilogy has become, how will fate change? And the number one fate fans are concerned with doesn't really have to do with Cloud. In the long run, he'll be fine. He may be depressed for a couple of years.
He might get a disease.
But it isn't really even about the end of the game. Sure, stopping Sephiroth and the meteor in the same way comes with some unintended side effects, but it's eventually dealt with and everyone is cured. No, the main concern is with Aerith. With her fate already on our mind since the end of Remake, and with so much build up to the final moment that includes an all-out assault of foreshadowing, multiple goodbyes, a seemingly omniscient Sephiroth hinting that he knows what he's about to do, and a literal pause in the action for the game to say, yeah, that shit's coming.
And yet, they throw that at everyone. And yet I have been to so many streams and seen so many playthroughs where people just go, okay, it's time to go save Aerith, and they don't put the materia back on King Sith. They don't check anybody, and they get mollywopped by that by that ending. Like, it's happened so many times. Yeah, what thing I was gonna say was even though the kind of like A plot of, you know, the beginning of this game and the end focusing on, you know, is Cloud a reliable narrator, everything has kind of shifted to us wondering about Aerith, like whether it's you know, is she going to survive, or like what is she doing behind the scenes as Omni Aerith, which that's a whole other thing. I'm sure we'll have to get to at some point. But yeah, shout out to Bryce stalling for minutes and minutes and minutes and minutes in that final bench. I'm pretty sure the whole bench thing was like a 16-minute sequence. It was like 10 minutes of me going through my materia, and then it was like 16 or 6 or 7 minutes of me just like being like, okay, all right, okay, all right, oh, we're doing this in just a moment. I'm like, I was not ready.
We finally reached the altar, and what do we get? Fate isn't changed. And as seen through the lens of Zack's story, perhaps it never can be. Perhaps we're all doomed to our fates one way or another. Perhaps the big bombastic ending to Remake where we fought the granddaddy of Destiny was just a big fireworks show with no follow-through. Perhaps what people have been seeing as this bold, ambitious meta-sequel masquerading as a remake really is just a remake, with a few extra sprinkles on top. That isn't to say that my personal hope was for Aerith to survive. Personally, I wasn't one of the people cheering when Cloud parried Sephiroth's attack. Even though there was enough talk of changing fate to justify it, it felt like they hadn't fully earned it. So I was a bit relieved when events were flipped on us moments later.
I agree. I agree with that. Even though I wanted and I cheered when the sword was blocked, I agreed with the fact that it did not feel quite earned. I don't know. There was something in me that was like, I feel like if this was going to be the conclusion of it, I feel like events should have played out differently, or there should have been somehow of more of a focus of changing fate, even though they mention it a ton. It just didn't feel quite right. So when it was, subverted or changed, and what was shown was actually that she was killed, I was like, okay, this feels more in line. But also then I was extremely confused because all of the glitching effects. So
that said, it turns what should be a very emotional moment into a rug pull. It's like, we're not actually gonna let you save her. And in turn,
right, it didn't feel like they
the
took any
promise
active
of changing
steps.
fate and the very in-your-face narrative focus of the first two games of this trilogy feel equally like a red herring. And while many people, including me, believe the truth will come back around in Part 3 for a big reveal that impacts the primary plotline, the Cloud-censored A-plot, it will simply do so in ways that will lead to a similar, if somewhat different, mental breakdown for Cloud, just as he experienced in the original. At this very moment in time. That makes it feel like all of the new stuff that has driven so much conversation.
His mental breakdown is going to be so much worse.
Half a decade has been much ado about nothing. Sephiroth and Aerith knowing the future in ways they never did in the original, Cloud remembering Zack appearing to survive, Tifa falling into the life stream, all of the conversations about changing fate, the literal creation of new worlds upon breaking fate, self-aware references to Advent Children, all are just in service of keeping us fans on our toes while adding a bit of perspective to original plot points. In fairness, that is what the developers have said is the purpose of all of this. But if you're like me, that feels like an underwhelming payoff to all of this potential, and it feels intuitively like some kind of betrayal of the way stories are supposed to work, even if you can't quite put your finger on exactly the reason why. If you feel that way, it's for good reason.
Okay,
And
I do.
let's break down
Extremely.
the real question this video has been building to. If I'm right that the developers didn't change their mind about changing fate, then why did Rebirth end the way it did, with Aerith still dying? Why did they create the world's most obvious Chekhov's gun if there was no plan to fire it when it would have seemingly mattered most?
Hold on. I'm going to take a very, very, very quick bathroom break. I will be right back. Yeah, I'll be right back. I feel like this is a good point to stop. Yeah, BRB, I'll leave you with some Final Fantasy music real quick. I'll try and hurry. All right, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Let us keep going. Let's stop Spotify real quick. And yeah, make sure that goes away. Everything is all good. Again, thanks for waiting. I'm really enjoying this. Let's keep it going.
Most.
Is it really a sequel?
Especially after Rebirth, there has been good reason to believe things may all just play out more or less the same as they did in the original. A lot of these new elements, like Zack being alive,
oh, my answer to that question, by the way, is
in
yes.
a way that makes them temporary. For example,
I've been saying
the
that.
worlds we've seen him in are said to inevitably fade away, and may only exist in live stream realities that aren't as fully tangible as they seem.
See you later,
so
HJ.
So that he doesn't even appear in the pause menu while he's in your party at the end of the game. And while Remake and Rebirth have been awash in Advent Children imagery, moments, references, and even music, perhaps they are all just knowing nods to longtime fans and not evidence that the events of the Remake trilogy are a direct consequence.
Huh. Well, I guess it's good that the Final Fantasy song didn't play. All right. Well. Did my alerts mute somehow? Either way, thanks Solid Sake for the follow. Maybe it's good that my alerts muted. Maybe it's for the best.
Of those future events. Just so everyone watching this is fully caught up to speed, there has been a long-running theory that FF7 Remake is effectively a sequel to the original compilation of Final Fantasy VII.
I agree.
This is based on the clear evidence that Sephiroth and Aerith in the Remake trilogy are working with knowledge of future events, which didn't happen in the original. I mean, perhaps Sephiroth knew some things, as he seemed to indicate at the Temple of the Ancients in the OG, but there wasn't any evidence Aerith did. In fact, Tifa even refutes that notion later in the game. Because of that, interviewers for the past 4 years have been asking the developers how the Remake trilogy will connect to Advent Children, and the developers have used some shifty language. In an interview with The Guardian in 2023, creative director Tetsuya Nomura said, quote,
we are not going to see, I know there are some people who want to see Advent Children like in the game, like 1-to-1, and I'm not sure why. As I've said before, like this isn't a 1-to-1 remake of the OG game. I do think we're gonna continue to see allusions to it for sure. We might even get like a section of it playable, but it's going to be like, okay, let's give a view of like an alternate world, right? Like I don't think that what we are playing through is going to lead into Advent Children. I don't know why some people have like that. I don't know, that like inkling that it will
play right through to the end. It will link up to Advent Children, so you don't need to worry about that. And in a bit of interesting editorial,
no, they're gonna give you Dirge of Cerberus just for you, and all of us are gonna be like, ah, fuck, and you're gonna be like, yeah, let's go, more Vincent.
Realizing the newspaper noted that he said this with
no
quote, a knowing smile. In an interview a couple of months later with Eurogamer,
it'll be fine, it'll be playable.
Kitase said this: the overall storyline, the developments, will not go wildly out in a way that will not add up to Advent Children in the end. I don't think anyone wanted that. That's not where we're looking to create.
Okay, great.
Interestingly enough, neither of those interviews stopped the speculation amongst fans.
This is some shit I would do.
Who pointed out that Remake technically already linked up to Advent Children. In the final chapter of Remake, it was already confirmed by the devs that the party fought the 3 Advent Children, who were described in the enemy intel as, quote, an entity from a future timeline that is manifested in the present day. It fights with a sword to protect the future that gave shape to it. So not only did it seem like Sephiroth knew the future, but literal future entities from Advent Children showed up in order to, quote, protect the future that gave shape to it. So even within the canon of Remake, Advent Children happened in the future. It had to have happened in order to actively protect itself. Not only that, but every future scene shown during the Whisper Harbinger fight was ripped right out of Advent Children. Even the scenes that were technically in the original were represented by their Advent Children version.
Right.
So yeah, it already linked up and added up with AC, but it didn't mean that it would still literally lead up to it within the same chronology. After all, the Whispers fought to protect the future, and we fought to change that future. It's a compelling argument, but the reason there has been so much disagreement among fans is that there has continued to be evidence pointing toward the opposite belief, coming directly from the developers themselves. In the behind-the-scenes featurette before the theatrical re-release of Advent Children, Katase said something that sounded like the strongest bit of evidence that Advent Children might actually still follow the remake trilogy. Advent Children itself depicts the world after the original FF7, but the remake project essentially also follows the major elements of the story of the original FF7, so timeline-wise, Advent Children's story should be positioned as one just beyond the story within the remake project. That mention about where Advent Children sits along the timeline has been, so far, the most damning evidence that perhaps it still does come after the events of the remake trilogy, which would mean this whole remake fiasco won't change fate and everything will essentially play out the same way.
No.
And given how things in Rebirth
there's no
more
way
or less played out the same as they did in the original, and everything so far seems to be building toward Cloud just losing his mind once again, it would appear that the cards are stacked very differently as we sit here post-Rebirth compared to how things seem to be at the end of Remake. In 2020, it really felt, to a lot of fans, like they were going to go wildly off script in Rebirth. And while there were some wild moments for sure, most things played out essentially the same. And when looking back on everything the devs have said, it feels like maybe they weren't trying to pull the wool over our eyes or misdirect us. Maybe they just really wanted to, quote, introduce new mysteries without straying from the original, as they've said repeatedly. Yet, something about that hasn't felt right to me. And I know, the odds are stacked against me, and I just outlined exactly how against me they are.
So I'm
But
not
so many
talking,
moments in Rebirth
my mind is
feel written
running
as
a
if
million
to
miles
lead
per
up to
hour.
a new grand conclusion to the trilogy. You may be thinking that such a belief is coming from a place of personal preference, and I'm sure some of it is. But I'm also someone who has repeatedly said that I think the FF7 Remake trilogy will be more like the original than most assume, even in the days leading up to Rebirth.
Yeah.
Yet, I do believe that given how much they have...
I thought that it was going to be at least up until Cosmo Canyon, kind of almost straight up, more or less, the events of OG Final Fantasy VII, with a few, changes here and there as they do. And then after Cosmo Canyon, it was going to be wildly different. And that's not exactly what we got. But yeah, that was my prediction. I didn't think that a lot of people thought that like the second game was going to be completely different, just with similar locations or familiar locations. And I was like, I don't think so. I don't think that I do think that on some level they want to portray the events of the OG FF7 with in a new light, but yeah,
set up changing fate. They have to meaningfully pay off not only that premise from Remake, but all of the beautifully crafted moments in Rebirth that seem indicative of a story that will go beyond the bounds of the original. For instance, big parts of FF7 sequel fiction seem to have happened in Rebirth. In the book, On the Way to a Smile, Aerith continues to live on in the life stream, and describes wanting to get in touch with Cloud in order to warn him of Sephiroth's plans. As the book put it, she tried to think of some way to warn Cloud. As she pondered the problem, all of the other things she couldn't tell him rose anew in her spirit, vivid as life. There was also so much she wanted to tell him, but she never had known what to say or how. She hadn't troubled herself over this for a long time, and eventually she decided there was no point in thinking about it now either, unless she found a way to talk to him. And a bit later it continued, quote, she had seen what she needed to see, a glimpse of Sephiroth's intentions. He would begin by using others to act where he could not. Should she do the same? No, she thought. Even if that's possible, I don't want to appear before Cloud as someone else. I want him to see me as he knows me. Aerith's dream date in
this book takes place after or during the events of Advent Children, from her perspective. Also, it's very interesting that she's like, I want to appear in front of him as he knows me, right? Because that's the complete opposite of Sephiroth, right? Sephiroth will, use others to do his bidding or appear as different sort of visions, right? And she does not want to do that. This is the book between OG and advent children from many characters' perspective. Okay. I only know about the book that I think came out recently. I think it's like a Tale of Two Paths, the Aerith and Tifa book, which I need to buy, but that's the only one I know about. Traces of Two Paths, thank you. Yeah, so now I have another one to go check out.
Rebirth feels like the ultimate manifestation of that dream. And as we know from the Cosmo Canyon NPC, these worlds are likely created from the unrealized dreams that linger in the life.
I'm going to rewind for a second because I need you guys to pay attention to this NPC. I did not point it out when I was playing because I don't think this is an NPC I came across, I'm pretty sure, when I was playing off stream. And I was like, my jaw hit the fucking floor. They gave this random Cosmo Canyon NPC so much like lore dialogue that points towards things for the end of the game and also part 3. And like when I came across them later, I was like, what the fuck? I was actually mad because I was like, I wish I would have clocked this and got it on stream, but we didn't. So I need you have to wait to even hear it's super missable. Yeah, I was about to walk away from her and then she starts talking about, you know, what she does. I'm gonna let it play. So yeah.
Rebirth feels like the ultimate manifestation of that dream. And as we know from the Cosmo Canyon NPC, these worlds are likely created from the unrealized dreams that linger in the live stream.
I've been reading a bunch of theories about this alternate world in the hope of going there someday. And over the course of my studies, I stumbled across a fascinating theory. It addressed the issue of what the live stream is, arguing that spiritual energy is actually a manifestation of our knowledge and memories. Like I said, it's a fascinating theory, but it's incomplete. What about our hopes and dreams? We remember those, don't we? So what if spiritual energy doesn't distinguish between our real, lived memories and the unrealized desires buried deep in our hearts?
With that in mind, I believe that Dream Date is where an Aerith from the live stream, one that is different from the one we see with the party while Cloud is unconscious, finally realizes the dream of seeing Cloud again, shares some of those, quote, other things she couldn't tell him as described in the book, talks about the bigger picture, and says something she had previously only been able to say in an indirect way in Advent Children.
I never blamed you. Not once.
Whatever happens, don't blame yourself.
It was at this moment that I felt most confident that the grand conclusion of this trilogy,
you know what's interesting,
would end
is that, at least from my recollection of Advent Children, again, I haven't seen it since 2019. Cloud falls into like a super deep depression in Advent Children, and like part of that is because of like the guilt he feels from Aerith's death. Like he just can't like really get over it, even though the day has been saved. He can't get over it, and he's kind of punishing himself. He is punishing himself because of it. And like he kinda, you can gather that he wished that he was like forgiven by Aerith. And I can't remember if that like line with the phone in that shot, if that's something that he heard or that's just something for the audience. But like here, he's actually like hearing it. She said like, don't blame yourself. And like, I think that that's gonna come back at like, you can see that he is just like relieved about it, but like he still doesn't know what's going on because it hasn't happened. And I think that might play a major role in how he is characterized in part 3, when he is coming to terms of her death and like the terms of you know, the stages of grief. I feel like her telling him this is going to play like a major factor. That's just me though. You're correct. It's implied that he never heard it. Okay. But like, this is different. Like she, and you know what's even more interesting? Hold on. Here's where we like are getting into the weeds. This is not Aerith. I mean, it's Aerith, but it's implied from both Remake and Rebirth that, like, Aerith knows a little too much, right? Than she's supposed to at certain moments. We see it at the end of Remake. We definitely see it here. And, like, it's because this is what people call Omni Aerith. Like, this is Aerith from the future, from the live stream that has been through everything, that knows everything. And she has gone through her, like, dream date with Cloud here, taken him to the church, and is telling him, like, what he needs to hear, even if he doesn't know that he needs to hear it. So, yeah. Okay, I'm cooking. I love talking about this. Even if I'm wrong, I just love talking about it. So it's very interesting. But saying this, though, like, that he's getting this kind of, like, this forgiveness given to him, like, don't blame yourself, right? It's still going to take him a while to remember that, or, like, get there in the third one, because we're still going to see him have his mental breakdown in part 3, just part of the story. But the mental breakdown for part 3 is going to be way worse because he's carrying the black materia. He, on some level, like, may believe that she's actually, like, alive. Like, he's clearly seeing things that the rest of the party is not seeing. The rest of the party is going to, like, you know, doubt him. Like, I think that his crash out, his mental breakdown is going to be so much worse. I think the distrust of Cloud is going to be so much worse. And I guess that's why when I think of, like, part 3, they're going to have to, like, address so much stuff, is, like, the first 4 chapters of part 3 have to be, like, working up. The first 3 chapters have to be, like, working up to the Northern Crater. But they have to also do a good job of, like, sowing, I don't know if dissent is the right word, between the party, right? A distrust, I guess, of Cloud amongst the party. And I just wonder if, like, 3 to 4 chapters is enough to do that. He's definitely going to be alienated for the rest. That's my theory. That's what I think. I know we're kind of getting off topic. We're going to get right back into this. I just, now that I'm thinking about part 3, I think that, like, the first few chapters are definitely going to show us the disconnect between Cloud and actual reality, and Cloud and his party. And then I expect around chapter 4, chapter 5 to be the Northern Crater. But yeah. Okay.
Ends up, at the very least, in a slightly different place, even if just emotionally. Just as Cloud is in a much different emotional state after Aerith's death in Rebirth compared to after her death in the original, I think that even if events largely play out the same way for the rest of the trilogy, the emotional state of the characters and the final endgame of the story will be notably different than in the original. After all, what's the purpose of manipulating livestream realities to finally tell Cloud not to blame himself if he just ends up still blaming himself 2 years later in Advent Children?
Exactly.
It would seem pretty damn pointless. But I ask that not just because of the strength of the question itself, but because of a few other quotes from developers that people have potentially overlooked. In an interview in February, just before Rebirth's release, producer Yoshinori Kitase talked with the Spanish outlet Vandal about his mindset heading into the closing chapter of the FF7 Remake trilogy. In it, he said that after spending 30 years with these characters, he realized something. Quote, "The more I work on it, the more I start to feel like I want to make all these characters happy. I want to give them a happy ending. Knowing that the end of the original is fairly ambiguous, and Advent Children doesn't exactly depict the characters or the wider world as being very happy after the events of FF7, this is one hint that there may be an intention to do something different." In fairness, I also have to point out that in the same interview, Kitase noted that it's not only up to him. Quote, "The rest of the team also have to be taken into consideration, so it won't be all happiness and rainbows. But I just want to make them happy." But just like I don't believe the FF7 Remake trilogy has backtracked on the idea of changing fate, Kitase...
He talked about wanting to make the rest of the team happy, and, like, yeah, I think that's such a hard line to balance, because, like, when you're dealing with the original, especially with members of the original team, coming back for this. Like, at the core of Final Fantasy VII is a tale of loss and grief and handling that and making it through that and living with it. And to kind of strip that from the story by saving Aerith would kind of go against Final Fantasy VII, I think. I know a lot of Western fans would be extremely happy because of their love for Aerith, but I think some of the original developers and storytellers would feel a type of way, because they started that original OG FF7 with that storytelling in mind. So yeah, I think that's why I was never like, I was like, okay, if we're going to save her, then we're going to have to still implement that theming in a different way. And I don't know if the Japanese team would be necessarily happy with that or satisfied with that. So the rest of the world might, or Western fans might, but I don't know. As a fair warning, I definitely spoil some part 3 stuff by just talking about later on, starting from this at the chapter titled "The Remake Trilogy's Real Goal." I very much spoiled things that will be in part 3 from the OG. Remake Trilogy Real Goal. There it is. And that starts at, well, I'm sure you'll show us with text. It'll pop up on the screen, I'm sure, but 1:12:33. Okay, yeah, I guess that's your warning for anybody who hasn't experienced the OG. Although I'll be happy if you stick with me anyways. If you don't, totally understand though.
Mikasa didn't backtrack on this idea when he once again reiterated this hope for the end of the trilogy in the official Rebirth Ultimania, published 2 months later in April 2024. Quote, "On account of my age,
is that
this
the one
next
I
game
own?
will probably be the last FF7 related work I'll be directly involved with. Of course, there's always a chance the world of FF7 will continue on in the future, but for now, this is the end of it. With that in mind, I hope Cloud and all the other characters will finally find happiness. Though we won't know how the story ends until it's actually finished, I'm personally wishing that it will conclude without any unresolved feelings remaining." That note about not leaving these characters with any unresolved feelings just stuck itself into my brain, especially since Advent Children is almost entirely about the effects of the unresolved feelings Cloud carries. Not to mention that he once again says we won't know how the story ends, which seems a lot like the cliffhanger text that tells us no promises await at Journey's End. On the one hand, Aerith literally tells us the ending of the story as we know it, and it's the same one we know from the original game, which they supposedly aren't going to fundamentally change.
I'll put everything I've got into my prayers. I'll stop the meteor.
Yet, we're not supposed to know how it all ends. That doesn't quite add up, does it? What does start to add up, though, is another quote from Kitase. Just days before recording the script for this video, he was in another interview with Anime News Network where he said this, quote, "We've always kept the original in mind, and I don't think it's going to be a storyline that will betray the fans of the original game. But also, at the same time, it's been 27 years since the release of the original Final Fantasy VII. There are these things that we feel we can only do now in the remake project that can bring a new happiness, a new sort of feeling of satisfaction to the players playing this game now 27 years later.
Yeah.
What this will entail exactly is something we hope players will experience soon. If all they're doing is keeping the story mostly the same, then why would he have to clarify that it won't betray fans of the original? Usually you say that if you're planning on doing something that might feel like a betrayal, something that would be considered pretty damn different.
But he's trying,
and most importantly, he talks about wanting to give...
He's trying to like tell them subtly, like, hey, we are going to be making changes and we don't want to make sure that original fans feel let down, but like we are going to be making changes, hopefully, that are respectful to these characters in this world and the prior story and that enhance the story. But yeah, I think he's just like, you know, trying to get that message across very subtly.
Give people a, quote, new happiness, a new sort of feeling of satisfaction for players who have been with them on this journey for nearly 30 years. To me, that is the clearest signal that the end of this trilogy won't just be Aerith stopping the meteor, like she did in the original and like she says at the end of Rebirth. In fact, given how it keeps saying that this remake project feels like a story of dualities, two seemingly different things being true at once, perhaps the true answer is that it will be a bit of both. It will include all of the major elements we know, but then go beyond that point, reaching a new conclusion without breaking what has already been. And there is a quote from a June interview with co-director Motomo Toriyama, where he talks about something that sounds a whole lot like that very idea. Quote, "We would like to bring you a moving and impressive ending, which will answer all the mysteries in Rebirth and exceed the original game." Maybe that's the answer. Maybe most of what we know will remain.
This game is going to be 70 hours long.
What we know about how the original ends. It would be a way for them to honor the original while still taking the big finale of this trilogy into all new territory.
Without all the extra stuff, it's going to be 70 hours.
Crazy. So in that spirit of getting a little crazy, let's talk about why I think that Rebirth veering away from changing fate makes it even more likely that Part 3 will finally veer into it. And to do that, we need to talk about the structure of stories.
Sometimes
is he doing it, chat?
I don't even know why.
Is he doing it?
It's like there's different people inside of me. And the worst part is, I can't even tell where they end and I begin.
And
Soldier
Robert
cells
McKee's
degrade.
story. No, I'm kidding.
I think that's what's happening to me. That I'm falling apart.
Earlier in this video, I said the developers are far more concerned with the full trilogy experience than the experience of each individual game. So let's talk about the full experience of this story. Most stories are divided into 3 acts. The 3 acts are often categorized as Act 1, the setup, Act 2, the confrontation, and Act 3, the resolution. Within each of those acts are a few major tentpole moments. The inciting incident, defined as the event that introduces the main conflict of the story and sets everything in motion.
We've been talking about this structure a lot with The Last of Us Part 2 because I knew about the moment. I didn't know where it was going to be. I thought it was going to be in the middle of the story. I did not expect it to be the inciting incident. So we've been talking about this structure very loosely, but we have.
The Act 1 break, a significant event that could often be seen as the moment where our heroes cross the threshold. The midpoint being a crucial moment that changes the direction of a story.
That's what I thought it was going to be.
The falling action, the denouement, and so on and so forth. Odds are that nearly any story you've witnessed in any form, but particularly TV, film, and story-based video games, more or less follows the structure in one way or another, especially since it's a bit intuitive. It essentially boils down to the classic once upon a time structure, where a hero is living life one way until a certain event upends everything and pushes him on a new journey that has significant challenges and setbacks until he grows and reaches his happily ever after. Interestingly, the construction of the FF7 remake trilogy doesn't neatly map to the 3-act structure in the way you would assume, with Part 1 covering the entire first act, Part 2 covering the entire second act,
yes,
and Part 3 covering the entire third act.
Yes, I've been saying this. Like, I think everybody was ready to neatly, dissect this game, the original game, into, okay, this is going to be the first act, and this is going to be the second, and this is going to be the third. And because Rebirth doesn't end how most expected it to, they're all confused about what the third act is going to be. And now it's exciting, but when you play the game, you're like, wait, what? Huh? What's going on? You feel all out of sorts.
Way back in 2017, Cosmo Canyon Observatory made a video where it tried to predict how many parts the FF7 remake trilogy would be. And to help guide their
2017,
thinking, they mapped the original story against the traditional 3-act structure. And spoiler, they correctly predicted it would be 3 games. In that exercise, they had categorized Aerith's death as the midpoint of the entire story, and the reunion at the Northern Crater as the Act 2 break, also sometimes referred to very plainly as Plot Point 2. Because of that, they thought Part 2 would end at the Northern Crater, which is something some fans, such as myself, hoped would serve as the ending of Rebirth, given that it would perfectly bookend the game by starting out with Cloud telling his version of what happened in Nibelheim and ending with Sephiroth revealing that story to be a lie, leading to Cloud's mental break and betrayal of the party. It would leave the story at a more natural cliffhanger point, With Cloud's unreliable memory exposed, Cloud himself fully manipulated and lost to Sephiroth, and Meteor summoned, leaving the fate of the planet in question as players looked up at the big death rock seen in the game's logo. In other words, it would be closer to the experience of The Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
More of a clean closed loop that starts with Luke on the path to become a Jedi like his father, but ends at a point where he's bested despite all of his training and learns that the path of his father was something completely different. Instead, Rebirth only went up to the midpoint of the FF7 story as we know it, choosing a moment that straddles both Cloud's story and Aerith's fate in a way that doesn't feel as cleanly centered around his arc as, say, Luke Skywalker's. Unpacking the thematic reason behind that, beyond the obvious fact that Aerith's death is FF7's most famous moment, may provide some interesting insight as to what they believe the broader theme of the remake trilogy is and why the handling of the altar scene may turn out to be brilliant by the end of it all. Specifically, there is something very interesting.
I also knew that, but now reminding me of that. So I'm an artist as well, outside of streaming, and I love, working on webcomics, and I got two big webcomic ideas. One that, typically follows a 3-act structure, and then one that I'm just kind of all over the place with. And now I'm like, wait, but what if I just for fun decided to do the 4-act structure thing with that other story? Now I'm like, hold on a minute.
Interesting. That tends to happen at the midpoint of most stories that is in
Just
line
to be
with
silly.
why FF7 Rebirth didn't change fate in the way fans expected.
This fucking clock. Even the most diehard of Final Fantasy VII fans were like, what is happening? Wait, hold on. Can we call part 3 that? I kind of like that.
The second
Rebirth
is called The Turn.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck. You have to be shitting me. There is no way. Sorry, Subtext. You don't have context for this. Like a week ago, I started the Prestige, and I was like, because I was having trouble sleeping, and I'm like, you know what? I feel in my bones, it's gonna take about 2 hours to fall asleep. So why not just start a movie? And so I started the Prestige, and I was gripped. I was in it for like 20 minutes, and then I knocked out. So I have to go back. Incredible opening. I'm invested. It just, I just knocked out on that one. So I was like, you know what? Why don't we check out a Christopher Nolan movie we haven't seen, which is only like 3 of them. But I started it like a week ago and I didn't get through it. You have to finish it. I only show the beginning. Yeah, I've seen this. I got about 25 minutes in, I think.
The magician takes the ordinary something and makes it do something extraordinary. Now, you're looking for the secret, but you won't find it. Because, of course, you're not really looking. You don't really want to know. I want to be fooled.
To help understand why Rebirth's ending even better sets up a part 3 where fate may change, we have to reference something from 2,300 years ago, Aristotle's Poetics. Don't be scared. I know, I'm going into Greek philosophers and I'm already probably 40 minutes into this video, but I'll keep it brief. In Poetics, Aristotle's seminal work about the structure of stories that many writers still reference to this day. He wrote that a plot has artistically constructed incidents, the most powerful of which are reversal of the situation and recognition scenes. He goes on to describe them this way. A reversal of the situation is a change by which the action veers round to its opposite, while recognition, as the name indicates, is a change from ignorance to knowledge.
Such a good movie. In
terms, a reversal of the situation
Such a good
is
movie.
As it sounds. It's a reversal of where we think a story is headed or is about, while recognition is a moment of profound realization by the protagonist. Both sound like a perfect description of the two moments we're facing. The end of Rebirth, where the concept of changing fate is reversed on us, and the moment we're looking forward to most in part 3, when Cloud recognizes the truth of everything in the livestream sequence. As an interesting little factoid, the title for FF7 Rebirth in the original Japanese katakana also literally means the word reverse.
Oh.
And the idea of using a reversal in the middle of a story to challenge the story's main idea is found in so many lessons and conversations about storytelling amongst writers. The famous screenwriting instructor, Robert McKee, who literally wrote a book titled Story, calls...
Okay. I felt it in my bones. It's all right, let's go back.
Is found in so many lessons and conversations about storytelling amongst writers. The famous screenwriting instructor, Robert McKee, who literally wrote a book titled Story, calls this the counter idea, which he describes as the contradictory voice of the primary theme. As he puts it, this is basically about showing both sides of a theme, which he describes as, quote, a controlling idea, one clear, coherent sentence that expresses a story's irreducible meaning. But to reach that ultimate meaning, a writer has to take the audience on a journey where that true idea, the real meaning and whole point of the story, comes through only at the very end, after it's been put to the test and earned. Quote, you have to build a bridge of story from the opening to the ending, a progression of events that spans from premise to controlling idea. These events echo the contradictory voices of one theme. The positive idea and the negative counter idea argue, so to speak, back and forth, creating a dramatized dialectical debate. At climax, one of these two voices wins and becomes the story's controlling idea. While controlling idea is kind of a strange phrase, it is ultimately what a story is about. Perhaps an even clearer articulation comes from the Chernobyl and Last of Us writer Craig Mazin, who calls it a story's central dramatic argument.
I need to watch this.
Theme is your central dramatic argument. Then the important thing is that the argument has to be an argument. I think sometimes people misunderstand
Hey, I love this
theme in
movie.
this context, and they think a theme for a screenplay could be brotherhood. Well, no, because that's nothing to argue about there. There's no way to answer that question one way or the other. It's just a vague concept. But men and women can't just be friends? Well, that's an argument. Better to be dead than a slave. Life is beautiful even in the midst of horrors. If you believe you are great, you will be great. If you love someone, set them free. Those are arguments.
Just like McKee explained, that argument is then debated back and forth. McKee called it idea and counter idea, but different storytellers and even different storytelling traditions call it different things. Mazin, for example, explains it this way.
You take a thesis. That's a statement. Something is true. And then you apply to that an antithesis. No, that's not true, and here's why. Those things collide, and in theory, what results from that is a new thesis.
Damn it, he beat me to it. Never mind. He beat me to it. I was like, you take the thesis and the antithesis and you create a new one that's something else, or like a combination of the two ideas, essentially. I had another word on my mind and then I lost it. But yeah. Yes, that synthesis.
It's called the synthesis.
Okay.
In truth,
I'm following. Sorry I haven't been talking. I've been very much enjoying this section here as a storyteller.
To drive both excitement and doubt in an audience. That's essentially what's happening in Rebirth. Remake provided us with a thesis. It's possible to change fate. And Rebirth explored the antithesis. Perhaps fate can't actually be changed. If the remake trilogy is following this fairly universal exploration of theme, then it's unlikely either idea is fully correct, and will instead come to a head in part 3
and present us a new idea.
Emerges, the synthesis, which is defined in this way. Quote, the synthesis is the resolution of the conflict between the thesis and the antithesis. It combines elements of both to create a new situation, idea, or understanding that transcends the original conflict. The synthesis often represents the character's growth, a new equilibrium, or a transformed worldview. That is what I believe we are bound for, some unseen middle ground that comes out of the debate between whether fate can be changed or not. The unseen part is incredibly important because all good endings must feel unexpected even if they appear inevitable in hindsight. So it's important that the antithesis, aka counter idea, seems almost immovable and impossible to overcome. McKee describes that idea this way, quote, if your film ends up favoring one particular side of the argument, amplify the sequences that lead the audience to feel the opposite. If a story is about the idea that justice will triumph, then enhance the sequences expressing the idea that crime wins. Everywhere you look, you will see these moments of thesis and antithesis playing out across all kinds of stories. As an example, at the beginning of the original Star Wars trilogy, there is a new hope that the Rebel Alliance may have enough people power and belief to overthrow the Empire, especially with the help of Luke Skywalker, until the Empire Strikes Back reverses the forward momentum of the story, showing how difficult it would be to actually take down the Empire, especially if Vader is able to convince his son Luke, the Rebels' strongest asset, to join the dark side. But ultimately, Luke helps usher in the return of the Jedi when Vader comes to recognize the worst outcome of the path he's chosen, the potential death of his son, and makes a decision to kill the Emperor, thus dissolving the Galactic Empire itself and finally delivering on the hope the Rebels held at the start of the story. And if you notice, Luke didn't actually have to beat Darth Vader to topple the Empire, the thing he tries and fails to do in the second movie. Instead, he needed to save him. It's a new idea, a synthesis. I know it's been a lot of Star Wars, but I figured I would keep up that comparison for consistency's sake.
Right.
Another example that may be even
probably
more
the easiest to understand
might actually come, weirdly enough, from The Matrix. Before I get into that, however, a couple of quick caveats. I know Star Wars and The Matrix aren't exactly high art, but since they're mainstream movies largely about fate and identity that most people have seen, they work really well as comparison points. It's also important to note that while I've been referencing a lot of Western storytelling theories, Final Fantasy is a Japanese story, and there may be some potential cultural differences. While I can't speak to them in great detail, I did look into it a bit while researching this, and while there are certainly some differences, particularly in how Japanese stories may sometimes be more contemplative than conflict-driven, there are similarities between the overarching structures as well as concepts that are very similar.
I haven't seen it in a minute either. I was just about to mention it. Yeah, I love that movie as well. I feel nearly every movie that you bring up, I really, really enjoy, and I've seen several times. Just remember those slow-mo shots that felt contemplative, like I described. That's how it feels. I was going to say something, but I've just been really enjoying this section. I don't want to cut it off because I feel like it's very important to just leave uninterrupted, but I guess I will pause it if I really do need to say something.
To the ideas I've talked about, like reversals and antitheses, such as the idea of the Ten and the Kisho Tenketsu story structure. Now that I've gotten those caveats out of the way, let's talk about The Matrix. At the midpoint of that movie, the antithesis is presented. Neo visits the Oracle that Morpheus so believes in, and she tells Neo that he's isn't not the one. That throws the premise, or thesis, from the start of the film, that Neo is the one who will control the Matrix, into potential jeopardy.
And he believes it so strongly.
Says the line, quote, "The future, even if it's been written, can be changed in a way that feels like it leaves the door to change cracked ever so slightly open. The Oracle also doesn't fully shut the door on the idea that starts the movie."
Sorry, kid. You got the gift. But it looks like you're waiting for something.
Yeah, because he doesn't believe it. Like, he doesn't believe that he's this person that, like, Morpheus and the others are making him out to be or want him to be. Yeah, but this is the antithesis of Matrix.
What? Your next life, maybe. Who knows?
As we all know,
I forgot
Neo
she
does
said
in
that.
fact become the one. But it doesn't happen until all belief in that destiny is ripped out of almost everyone, including Morpheus and the audience, when Neo is shot dead. Because that's what stories do. They aren't worthwhile if the ending we expect is easily obtained. The challenge with Rebirth is that people were expecting to reach that point with this ending. But this isn't the ending to the story. This is just the midpoint. This is the Oracle telling us that the idea we walked in with isn't quite right. And saving Aerith's life isn't the fate that needs to be changed. In fact, Aerith tells us this herself.
This isn't about me, though. It's about saving the world. And you.
She did lay it out clear as day.
So thank you, Cloud.
It's so
for
hard.
everything.
It's so hard to get that message across to Aerith lovers as well. Because I know so many who just want her to find some way to keep her alive, or to make sure that she's alive in part 3. And I'm like, that's not the... You gotta look at the bigger picture. Oh god. This song.
That which lies ahead does not yet exist.
"7 seconds until the end.
Our world will become a part of it one day, but I will not end.
This man is the ultimate
Nor
hater.
will I have you end.
This is...
The edge of creation.
The edge of creation.
I think this is my favorite song in the whole series.
Although most people are confused about what happened with Aerith, there's generally very
I was
little
here for
confusion
that.
of the reasons for this ending. The biggest reason is not only glaringly obvious, but also something the developers have openly talked about even as recently as in the days leading up to the recording of this video. It's to keep us confused and talking for the next 3 or so years.
All right, I'm going to take a very quick bathroom break. I'll choose this time to go pee again. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. We got a little less than an hour left on this, so we'll keep it going. Thank you guys for waiting again. This is what happens when you chug a ton of water. But yeah, let me stop Spotify and bring it back to the video. What are we on right now? 720. I'll just keep it there because sometimes it buffers with 1080.
The other narrative reason that we can all agree on is that this ending is meant to deepen the unreliable nature of Cloud's mind, to make him believe not just a false version of the Nibelheim events, but also a false version of what happened at the Forgotten Capital. But as I mentioned earlier, if the reason is just to send Cloud into a mental breakdown, an event that already happened in the original solely with the misremembered events of the Nibelheim incident, then why would they have to make Cloud also misremember Aerith's death? I believe it relates to what may be the primary theme of the remake trilogy. The central dramatic argument or controlling idea or whatever you want to call it. Sitting here right now, I don't know what that will be exactly, but this is my current best guess based on the ideas the remake games have been exploring. As of today, I'm pretty certain the overarching theme of this game will involve at least one or all three of these elements: strength, control, and acceptance, and they may all intersect in some way. We will end by talking about acceptance, which is probably the primary idea at the end of all of this, and partially the most obvious. So let's start with the other two first: strength and control. The concept of what strength is.
Here's where I feel like we have to talk about Sephiroth.
The FF7 remake trilogy. For one, Cloud's insecurities and challenges are driven by perceived weakness. In the original, his failure to make it into Soldier is a defining moment. He saw Soldier as a way to become someone, a hero like Sephiroth, but he fails and guards that secret with great shame. And yet, despite not having the superhuman, alien-enhanced strength of Genova cells like other soldiers who challenge him, despite not even being seen as fit to be a soldier, it is Cloud who accomplishes what no one else can by facing and killing Sephiroth in Nibelheim. Still, it's this internalized weakness which Cloud carries that Sephiroth keeps digging into. In Remake, right after the fall of the Sector 7 plate, Sephiroth pierces this topic very directly.
You have failed again, I see. But through suffering, you will grow strong. Isn't that what you want?
And then later, at the Edge of Creation, Cloud challenges Sephiroth, perhaps emboldened by his success in the fight against him in the Singularity, but fails. He isn't strong enough. In the Gongaga scene with Tifa in Rebirth, we see Cloud truly question himself for the first time. How could he be a hero, the embodiment of someone who is strong, when he is so weak that he can't save Tifa seemingly at any point, either from their fall from Mount Nibel as kids, or even from himself after being influenced by Sephiroth? That's because
he's so focused on trying to be as strong as possible, trying to be this like ideal of a hero, because he's like mentally like 16, 17. Like, I guess spoilers for the original, because of the events that happen in the original game where he, you know, is out of commission for so long, and then gets brought back to reality. Like, he's what, early 20s, but he's mentally still a teenager for a large, you know, part of it. And we're watching him like mature in real time, but still like this like thing that he has been kind of his mission statement, essentially his focus, his goal for so long has been someone to protect Tifa, someone to grow strong enough to be able to protect Tifa, right? To be a soldier worthy enough to protect her, and save her. But that's like the only way that he sees strength. Like that's the only way that he can envision being strong is that. Like he doesn't know other versions or other ways to be strong. And yeah, I think that this definitely ties into Sephiroth's manipulation. You can see him preying on it, right? He's like through time or through challenges, you will become strong, right? And I think that does lead into the other two, which is like control and acceptance. I feel like I'm missing one. But
Cloud has a very specific idea of strength, one that doesn't really apply to him. In fact, Nomura goes so far as to marvel at Cloud's weakness in the behind-the-scenes documentary for Advent Children.
クラウドってめちゃめちゃ多分弱い 男なんで
You know,
子供よりも
maybe I do
もう
know
大半的には
storytelling,
そういう
gang.
ヒーローっていうのは強くてかっこよくてっていうその弱いところはないっていう
I may be
な
bad
ん
at
て
shooting a
こ
zombie.
う情けないんだろうっていうふうに
Another reason it
However,
feels like this idea will be explored toward the end of the remake trilogy is because it's currently being explored in the new Ever Crisis episodes about young Sephiroth. There is a surprising amount of conversation about strength and weakness. Sephiroth bemoans those who are too weak to do what's necessary, and toward the end of the Rebirth arc, Rosen says something very similar. Becoming stronger is celebrated in the
I know vaguely about what's happening in Ever Crisis. I haven't like sat down and watched it all, but I know vaguely that it's exploring, you know, Sephiroth's backstory. And I guess spoilers or an explanation for that is that like it's going through it's showing like kind of the first soldier story where it's Sephiroth, a young Sephiroth, you know, meeting Angeal, who is like his friend, Zack's mentor. It's showing that he was friends with other soldiers like Glenn, who we saw him impersonate in Rebirth. And then there's this like story with this guy called Rosen, who, from my understanding, is someone that he failed to save or had to put down, but I'm not sure exactly why. But I know that it like took a toll on Sephiroth himself. Oh, thanks, Denai. I've only watched the cutscenes, not into the gameplay. If I had more time, if I was a younger man, I feel like in another life, I definitely would be obsessed with Ever Crisis. But I don't have the time for it. It's better than I expected. I was a bit afraid, scarred by Anakin in the prequels.
the world of FF7, so much so that Cloud seems to consistently view it as the solution to everything. He even thinks it can help the live stream.
Got a question. Planet runs out of energy. It and everything on it dies, right?
Yes?
Yes.
There any way to avoid this? Like, making the spiritual energy stronger?
But there appears to be a misunderstanding about
Okay, I was about to ask, is this the moment where fucking Bugenhagen crashes out and goes, "Why are you asking me such things?" Like, fucking... We all came to him. I came strolling in. I was like, this is the man that is going to teach us the things that we need to know. He's going to lay it all out because that's what he does in OG. And he he snaps on us because he is unsure about what is happening with the planet himself. He fashions himself as an expert on it, but like when he's presented with all these questions, he gets defensive about it. And he does apologize later on, but it's such a interesting change where I was feeling a type of way. I wasn't angry at the game. I was like, bitch. I was upset when he had an attitude with Tifa, but anyways, sorry. That's off topic. It does set him up for more of an arc. Absolutely. I don't know shit, you damn kids. Go see a doctor. Oh God. He hits Tifa with a line where he's like, "Oh, a fascinating idea, but horribly misguided, or it's fascinating, but it's wrong." And I'm like, okay, all right, cool. Let me rewind a bit.
Got a question. Planet runs out of energy. It and everything on it dies, right?
Yes.
There any way to avoid this? Like, making the spiritual energy stronger?
But there appears to be a misunderstanding about what strength is, as Aerith talks about at the Temple of the Ancients. Interestingly, the localization of this speech differs quite a bit from the source Japanese, as illuminated by my friends over at Shinra Archaeology Department. While the official English localization has Aerith define strength as forgiveness, a more direct translation of the Japanese dialogue talks about something a bit different. Quote, "Sadness and anger may make us stronger, but they change who we are. I believe true strength is different from that. It's something we carry in our hearts, something soft but unbreakable. That's what I think. So focus on the future, not the past. we can become even stronger than Sephiroth, far stronger. Soft but unbreakable may be the truest description of Cloud. In On the Way to a Smile, Aerith talks about needing to get Cloud's help to stop Sephiroth once again.
Oh my god, it's Torgal the
could
Wolf.
Hurt him. Quote, Cloud will help me, I know he will, but I also know it will end up hurting him. The Cloud she knew had a heart so very easily wounded. That soft underbelly of Cloud is what gives him the strength he needs when he is pushed to the brink. When his town is burned, his friends are hurt, and he is on death's door, that soft, loving heart is what gives Cloud the willpower to do the impossible. But it also has the opposite effect. It can lead him to tremendous despair. But facing your darkest moments and thoughts, being pushed to a point of wanting to give up, is what makes Cloud such a genuinely human hero that we can all see ourselves in.
It makes him, it gives him the potential to be the strongest, one of the strongest characters, but also makes him vulnerable enough to spiral into pits of despair. And I really like that about him. Even though he's not my favorite character, I would say my favorite character is Tifa and then Red 13. But he's up there.
Pushed to a point of wanting to give up is what makes Cloud such a genuinely human hero that we can all see ourselves in.
情けないんだろうっていう風に思ってしまう面もあるような、まあ、ある意味すごい人間らしい人間
Absolutely
キャラクターなんで、そういうヒーローっていうのはまああれでも一応ヒーローなので。
And I think that's a success of Remake and Rebirth, showing how human he is. He presents himself as stoic, but he's not really.
見た子供たちがともすれば情けない男でも周りの要は仲間がいたり、その自分が大事なものっていうのが見つかれば強くなっていけるというか。
It is that softness, that love for all he cherishes, that Sephiroth views as an illusion. It is diametrically opposed to Sephiroth's philosophy, which is a dynamic you always want between your hero and your villain, characters who are living, breathing embodiments of opposing viewpoints. In Cloud, embracing who he truly is and seeing that as a source of strength rather than a source of shame is, in my opinion, the key to him doing what he couldn't do in Rebirth.
Oh, what I was going to say. Is that the 7th Heaven mod?
Or rather, control it. The essential and defining moment in FF7, and certainly in Cloud's journey, is the realization of who he really is.
It's looking a little cleaner than I remember. I was like, I gotta make sure.
Because in addition to being a story about life and death, FF7 is a story of self-actualization. And just like in our everyday lives, it is only possible to take control of your life once you come to terms with the truth of who you are and find strength in that. Yet while strength and weakness are directly discussed throughout the compilation and remake trilogy of your life.
Let's run that back. Do we not have, I'm pretty sure I have a thing in my streams where I like it's like a quote thing, right, where the chat always quotes the stupid shit I say, but there was one that I dropped and I said almost exactly this, but in a different type of phrasing, where
being a story about life and death,
right?
FF7 is a story of self-actualization. And just like in our everyday lives, it is only possible to take control of your life once you come to terms with the truth of who you are and find strength in that. Yet while strength and weakness are directly discussed throughout the compilation and remake trilogy, the idea of control is found when you analyze the first two games a bit more closely. When looking at the long arc of this 3-game story, we start to see the first intersection between the concepts of strength and control way back in Chapter 2 of Remake.
You are too weak to save anyone. Not even yourself.
Sephiroth implies that at his core, Cloud cannot affect the change he wants. Not only will he be unable to save Aerith, but he won't even be able to save himself.
The ultimate
which,
gaslighter.
Given the events of the original game, is true. And though Sephiroth plants that seed, Remake smartly sidesteps it. After all, Cloud is the hero and you are playing as him. The devs needed you to believe in him, needed you to believe you could be a hero that can overcome any odds.
They have to establish
so
the thesis.
Strip it away in the second game.
Yep.
And that's what Rebirth does. It begins to prove Sephiroth's point. Cloud can't save anyone. Even after defeating the Harbinger of Fate and creating the possibility of literal reality-breaking change, Cloud reaches a point of not believing he can.
I'm guessing you can't anymore, though?
Nope, not even a bit. Whatever we had, I think the Whisperers took it from us when we left.
Huh.
Seems Arbiters of Fate can do whatever they want.
So you told us.
Oh, did I? Huh. I wonder if this means we'll eventually forget they even exist.
We'd be better off if we did, frankly. There's no point in wasting our time worrying about fate if we can't change it.
That lack of belief is likely driven by how Cloud perceives both his past and his future. Every time Cloud has tried to control the outcome of events, at least as far as he remembers, he fails. During the Nibelheim incident, he laments being knocked out by Sephiroth too long to make a difference. He then sees himself crawling too slowly to stop what happens to the villagers, just as he finds himself
I did in fact say this.
exact position while trying to stop Aerith from going to the Forgotten Capital alone. And while having to wrestle with that past, Cloud has to move forward on a journey that serves as a constant reminder of his seemingly inevitable future. Cloud spends the entirety of Rebirth following the Hooded Men, ex-soldiers just like him who have been reduced from magnificent...
It's interesting that I'm sorry to cut it off. It's interesting that he says there's no point in worrying about fate if we don't have the power to change it after his talk with Tifa in Gungaga. Like she levels with him and they talk earnestly and honestly for the first time, really. And he's like, now he's like, okay, like there's no point in really worrying about it. I feel like on some level he kind of knows that if he does, he's gonna fall into despair. So he's just trying not to think about it in that moment. And that's when he's really dooming over degradation. Yes, yeah. So he's just like, I don't want to think about it. They've told me not to think about it, so I'm going to try not to worry about what my fate might be. They all tell they're like, that's not gonna happen to you, that's not gonna happen. So he's trying to be optimistic and feel like we are going to change fate. But yeah, then we're presented with the opposite, and in chapter 13 with Aerith's death, and that kind of breaks him, unknowingly to him, really, but it does.
Heroes to mindless husks, and he sees that transformation right before his eyes. This is his fate, no matter what.
There's no escaping the degradation. My friend.
I'm sorry. I'll never get over. I remember popping into here and seeing Jess Capricorn play this, and she's like freaking out, and then she just goes music, which is like, because like that's such a thing that I do where I'm just like, oh wait, no, the motif of this is coming into this, and sorry, it's just nothing to do with any of what we're discussing. It just, the geeking out is I feel like it's universal.
Even worse, that fate isn't just inevitable, it's damn near imminent. Throughout Rebirth, Cloud loses control of himself, sometimes to a mindless daze, and at other times to the control of Sephiroth, just like the Hooded Men he's been following. And between flashes of the experiments done to him and the explanation by Dr. Sheeran, that future is all but a scientific and genetic certainty, as seen in the reunion vision from the gap between worlds. All of this leads to the final chapter where this belief is truly put to the test. As he stands at the altar and Sephiroth descends from the heavens, Cloud faces the moment of truth. Will Sephiroth be proven right that Cloud can't save anyone? If he were to ever seize control,
what a shot.
This is the moment it must happen. And much to his surprise and ours, he sees himself finally doing it, finally exerting control and saving someone. The thing Sephiroth said he was too weak to do. And it doesn't matter. Even when Cloud thinks he takes control, he doesn't. Which brings us to the final idea, acceptance. It is absolutely critical for Cloud to break free from his illusory world, as he calls it in the original. And the only way to do that is through full acceptance of the truth, of both the events he thinks he knows and his identity. As Marlene mentions to Zack, saving Cloud is necessary to change anything.
Cloud tries to save her, but he doesn't make it in time. He almost does, but he doesn't. That's why you have to make Cloud better. If he's sick, he can't save Aerith.
While her line is specific to saving Aerith, I believe this is a fundamental principle. If fate is going to be changed in any way, it is going to rely on Cloud accepting what has happened.
Accepting what actually happened.
Is. Even though he comes to accept himself, accepting what has happened to him is a point he doesn't fully reach in the original. And that lack of acceptance...
Okay. I was going to say, and because he does not, that leads to where he is 2 years later, where he is so, downtrodden, that Tifa has to, give him tough love, really. Tifa is so sweet and caring and patient with him, but even she has to, be like, snap out of it, like, slap him with the dilly-dally shilly-shally. Exactly.
Is so powerful that it comes back around 2 years later, where Cloud struggles with accepting what happened, creates the conditions possible for Advent Children and Sephiroth's second return. That's because grief and regret are negative emotions Sephiroth and Jenova feed on. Aerith knows this, and is why she worked to stop Cloud from having those emotions, as alluded to in the Ultimania. That is why Cloud must accept the truth. Self-actualization doesn't come through denial. There is no curing Cloud's sickness, as Marlene put it, until Cloud accepts the truth. And not only is that something that continually comes up among people making predictions about Part 3, but I believe it is something that the developers are aware people expect. And remember what I said about writers having to challenge the expected outcome with the most extreme opposite. That's where I believe Cloud's dream world comes into play.
Get that thing away from me, or so help me.
Sleep and dream the sweetest dreams.
I would freak out if I saw a Whisper. Or a Tonberry. I do not like them. It was covered by the M in Dream.
Chapter 14 Dream Date sequence, Aerith offers a point of clarity about what this world is.
Let's just call it a dream. My dream, to be precise.
I always found it interesting that Aerith made a point to clarify that this dream specifically belonged to her. It's an important detail though, because as far as we can tell, given the appearance of this stamp, this doesn't seem like any of the worlds we've seen Zack in throughout the rest of the game. And it burned a question inside of me. Why would it be important to distinguish dream worlds in general from dream worlds that are specific to someone? And as a note, she specifies that it's her dream in both English and Japanese.
We know now because of that.
The importance will matter once Cloud finally reaches the point where he will have to confront the nature of his dream world, the world he created when he saved Aerith.
What I was going to say was we know now because of that NPC in Cosmo Canyon, like all of the dream worlds are essentially like they come from people's hopes and dreams, and they're the timelines, so to say. And this one is hers, which is why there's like a different stamp than all the others. Yeah.
There has been a lot of debate about whether Cloud actually created another world when he saved Aerith, with extra attention being given to the potential symbolism of things like rainbows. From what I've seen as the months have gone by, the fanbase at large seems to have come to the conclusion that he didn't, or that even if he did save her in some other world, it doesn't matter because the true narrative purpose is to portray Cloud in a state of denial. After all, the developers have even said as much. To quote Nomura, when you actually lose someone you cherish in the real world, you aren't able to accept it right away. This time, we strove to depict that inability to accept the loss of someone precious to you.
Yeah.
And while that makes sense, the rules of these worlds have been genuinely pretty confusing to me. I still didn't feel clear about its
And
implications.
they're doing a good job of showing him not immediately accepting it, and I that is something that I think I'm gonna try not to go into part 3 with expectations, but I think my biggest expectations are for those first like 4 to 5 chapters of like showing how in denial he is. Yeah. I know the just to tell you, like, the original game, this is spoilers but not really deny. Aerith dies, and like shortly after you're like snowboarding in a mini game. I feel like the third game will do a better job at showing Aerith dies? Oh no. I feel like the third game will do a better job at kind of like pacing things out and you know, expanding these moments so that they show like how Cloud is really grappling with her death, or like, not grappling but ignoring essentially her death, being in denial about it, while everybody else takes it hard. And I think it's gonna be a huge sorts of tension between Cloud and Barrett and Cloud and Tifa. Sounds good. Like, damn, bro. Yeah, he already is. I think you mentioned the snowboarding thing once. Yeah. That actually, real quick, I wanted to bring this up way earlier, but we addressed like the developers. Some people think like the developers backtracked or changed things depending on expectations and whatnot. And I think that the only thing that like, there are some people who think that like Rebirth has too many mini games, so to say, and they expect in part 3 for like those to be downplayed or straight up stripped from part 3. And I'm like, the original Final Fantasy VII had a ton of mini games. That's like at the heart of it, honestly. Is that you get this like very deep story, but also these moments of levity with these mini games. And I don't think that they're, even though they might get feedback that like, oh, there were too many, or we didn't like this one or that one, like, I don't think that they're going to strip out the mini games, at least the core ones that everybody knows of, right? Well, to talk story structure, a lot of this game is the start of Act 2, which is part of the story that's most about having fun with the characters in the world. Yeah, this game is all about showing and Act 2 in the original 2 is like showing what this world is like. Like, yes, it's showing what Shinra's effect is on the world, right? You know, they're draining it of Mako, and some areas like Gongaga are messed up because of it. But like, it is showing a lot of that. Act 2 is showing like the fun and the beauty of the world. And I feel like that's a very that's a very important thing to have and include in the story. And I feel like some people just don't get that, but I don't know. I have one friend who love him to death, but he's like, yeah, I think I like the side missions in Remake more than the mini games or the side missions in Rebirth. And I just do not understand that mindset, because I'm like, every mini game is in service for the world, and every side mission is in service for character development. I'm like, what? I don't get it, but I know some people feel that way. Anyways, let's keep going.
Despite knowing that Nojima, the writer of this story, took inspiration from Carl Jung's idea of the collective unconscious, as well as Yogacara, a Buddhist idea most plainly described as a belief that reality is a mental construct. In general, they both made sense given the mental mind fuckery of the remake trilogy, but also even within the context of the original FF7, where Cloud's sense of reality really comes from what he personally believes rather than what objective reality is. In fact, the idea of an illusory world is not only spoken about by Cloud after the livestream sequence, but it's the literal description of the Whirlwind Maze version of Nibelheim, as Shinra Archaeology Department found in its recent retranslation of the original game. In it, Sephiroth says, quote, "The world I have shown you here is reality. This is history as it truly happens. The only one creating an illusion is you." But the reason it's confused me so much in this trilogy is because even if a place like Aerith's dream world is just a mental construct specific to her, then how can objects like the white materia be transferred to other worlds and seemingly keep their form for good in the quote-unquote real world? I think it's because the things in those worlds are real, even if they're bound to fade away, like Sephiroth explains. After all, the infamous Cosmo Canyon NPC makes a point that the livestream treats things that have happened
I think
and
you can
haven't
put them
happened
back on.
as if they're the same.
What about our hopes and dreams? We remember those, don't we? So what if spiritual energy doesn't distinguish between our real, lived memories and the unrealized desires buried deep in our hearts?
And we get potential confirmation that it's real because we see it through the perspective of a third party, Tifa at the Forgotten Capital. While that pesky old Cosmo Canyon NPC dialogue has been referenced a lot as a general explanation,
She does see the alternate
worlds, I've mostly seen
world,
people talking
or
about
the alternate
part
outcome.
I just played, where she describes the idea that the live stream may not distinguish between real lived memories and unrealized desires. But I haven't seen many people talk about how the final lines of dialogue seem to perfectly describe what literally happens to Tifa.
What if coming into contact with that energy allowed us to peer through the looking glass, so to speak?
What? Yo, so Tifa just got like a power by falling into the live stream. That's how she can like, okay. That's how she can see, you know, that glimpse of like, because when she comes, when Aerith dies and Cloud is holding her in his arms, she like is seeing the same glitching effect that Cloud is seeing, or that Cloud has like, you know, seen thus far. She sees both outcomes, and that's because she got the energy. She came into contact with the energy. I wonder how long that's gonna last and what that's gonna like, how long that's gonna persist, and how that will also change the dynamic of Cloud and Tifa in part 3. That actually might work, actually. That might work. It better sets her up for the whole live stream. Yes, it better sets her up for the whole live stream thing, because like I'm thinking, at least, like in terms of like when the party is going to doubt Cloud and be like, okay, what's going on? Like she won't doubt him as much, or she'll stick by his side because she might be able to see what he's going through, and that might, you know, that knowledge will help her in the live stream scene in part 3. I do wonder how they're going to approach the live scene in part 3, because they did it a little bit in this, but I'm sure they'll make it gorgeous and beautiful.
And a more direct translation of the Japanese dialogue reads even more clearly. Quote, "What if, when people accidentally come into contact with this energy, they see into other worlds?" I don't think it is any coincidence that these words were said in a game where Tifa accidentally came into contact with the live stream and then had a moment where she seemed to see two different events play out, two different worlds, one with a bloody Aerith and one without. If Tifa is peering through the looking glass and seeing into other worlds, then it's likely that what she is seeing is Cloud's dream world. Just like Aerith had a world of her creation, Cloud has one of his own. He is, after all, the master of his own illusory world, even from the original. But just like the dream of being a first-class
They call me the
soldier
denizen of
is something
denial.
Cloud had to give up when he accepted the truth in the OG, so too will he have to give up on the dream world he has created where Aerith lives on. It will make the point of acceptance even harder for Cloud and players. While we are all understandably unhappy about the exclusion of this moment where Cloud had to put Aerith to rest, the developers have done something that will make truly saying goodbye to Aerith even harder. By making these illusory worlds into things so real we can touch, coming to terms with actual reality will make saying goodbye so much harder. We will have the ability to have Aerith back in as real of a way as the white materia, but have to give up on that dream. It could make the thematic impact of acceptance even more real and visceral.
They're gonna
but I also
shatter
think
hearts.
The path to that acceptance may have to be earned in an all new way. That's why, from here, I think there are a couple of unknown journeys the developers can take us on. First, I want to talk about the most bittersweet path. The path that would change the events of the third game most drastically, but arguably best serve the themes of life and death from the original game.
Okay, I'm locked in. I need to follow this. What's the most drastic path? This is your favorite track? Now Bow Wow Wow? What's wrong with you? No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Damn, let me delete the video.
If Cloud did make a reality where he saved Aerith, Sephiroth could use this to his advantage. He could use it to tempt Cloud to accept a reunion of worlds that merges that reality with the one he wants to make. And he could sell Cloud that this new world is a good thing. After all, in Sephiroth's mind, he isn't creating anything bad. He's creating the Promised Land, the place where Cloud, in the original game, believes he could see Aerith again.
Okay, one, that's a very interesting idea, and I think I saw that presented in or an idea of that idea, a version of that idea presented in a Maximilian Dude video where he theorized something similar. But no, this video this video was on, I believe, the Square Enix page. It was like a live stream, and then they put up the VOD, and then it like was gone. It was gone. So I only watched part of it, but I feel like they said some stuff that maybe they weren't supposed to say. I'll never forget though. I'll never forget. I wanted to go back to it. It was just just disappeared. The video that shall not be named. Yeah, I just remember it. Like I was like, okay, time to go back, and it was just they had deleted it. So
he's creating the Promised Land, the place where Cloud, in the original game, believes he can see Aerith again.
So Sephiroth is looking to change the world. He wants to create a world which he thinks will be a better world. He calls it the Promised Land. That's very different to the kind of world that Cloud and his friends want to create.
That kind of an offer would be brutal for us and Cloud. It would mean getting what we really want, but having to give in to Sephiroth to get it.
Yeah.
But giving in to Sephiroth is not something we could do. We would have to deny him and choose not to bring Aerith back. It would turn the act of accepting Aerith's death into an active choice, and a far more difficult one. Yet, as hard as that would be, it would make the theme of acceptance even more profound. By crafting Rebirth's ending the way they have put us in the shoes of Cloud more than ever. We are just as unsure of what's real as he is. Similarly, this approach would make it such that not only would Cloud have to come to a point of acceptance around Aerith's death, but so would we as players. But a major question remains.
Sorry, I was covering her.
How would accepting Aerith's death and leaving her to the live stream lead to a new ending that exceeds the original? I believe
I think this is kind of very likely. Does it change things? Yes. I think it would make the, having to accept her death more visceral for players. Absolutely. But I think it's likely because Sephiroth really does see himself as kind of the hero, as he tries to make his own version of a promised land. And he will do like any sort of manipulation to get it. But that's not being brought back, having a world where Aerith is alive. Like, that's not really what Aerith wants. Like, she's alluded to, like, being okay with her fate a few times. And I think that what really needs to happen is, like, Cloud needs to hit that point of acceptance and realize that to make the denial of Sephiroth's offer. I think this is likely, or this could happen for sure.
The answer has to do, surprisingly, with the Gi. Again, let's think about the dialectical lead to a new ending that exceeds the original. I believe the answer has to do, surprisingly, with the Gi. Again, let's think about the dialectical debate that happens in narratives, the ideas and counter-ideas, the theses and antitheses.
What they do with the Gi is so
Aerith
cool.
and Sephiroth represent two different beliefs. Aerith believes in the cycle of life and death. Sephiroth doesn't. He wants to live on forever, which Aerith doesn't understand.
How can you want this, Sephiroth?
Be gone. Your part is played.
How can you want an eternity of loneliness?
This philosophical war continues in the years leading up to Advent Children. Sephiroth refuses to dissipate fully into the lifestream. Meanwhile, Aerith wants to, but she knows she can't.
This man, they quite literally are diametrically opposed. This man quite literally refuses to die. And she's okay with, she believes in the kind of like Cetra ideology of like, going back into the live stream and eventually ending, like dissipating to further, recycle into the world. But yeah, no, Sephiroth wants the complete opposite. Me in the future, when I also refuse to die, oh my god. You're gonna start infusing yourself in other people and in objects.
Sephiroth lives on. To quote On the Way to a Smile, she was an ancient. Thus, she was able to retain her own selfhood,
gotta get this book.
Even within the flow of the live stream. When she wished it, she could dissolve that self and become a part of the planet forever. But it was too soon for that. Just a little longer, she thought. She can feel an aberration in the coursing life stream, an implacable will that refused to merge with the planet. She knew it was the man who killed her. Aerith has no issue with dying and returning to the planet. To her, it's the nature of things, the way things are supposed to be. But Sephiroth, well, he's the opposite. Sephiroth doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to be forgotten. He wants to create a new state of things because he believes himself to be special, a descendant of Jenova, a being that can't return to the planet. For him, returning to the planet would mean not being special. It would just mean being yet another soul that can get recycled and stripped of its individuality. A horrifying fate. Aerith understands this and warns that disrupting the cycle would be disastrous.
You're wrong. Everything about you is wrong.
Now were the voices of the planet. Those born into this world, who lived and who died, who returned. They're howling in pain. He'd tell you that he only cares about the planet, that he'd do everything in his power to protect and preserve it. But this isn't the way it's supposed to be. There's no greater threat to the planet than him.
He truly believes what he's doing is right, though.
Sephiroth has to be stopped. He has to be. And that's why I'm asking you to help me. I know that together we can do this. But if we do, we'll be changing more than fate itself.
In the end, the cycle of life must be restored. And to fully do that, the planet must be rid of Jenova and Sephiroth. Sephiroth must be fully consumed by the lifestream and not left to linger on as he does all the way through to Advent Children and potentially beyond. Because if he does, then it means Aerith must as well. It means she must constantly stay and clean up his corrupting influence over the lifestream. Again, from On the Way to a Smile. Quote,
she's like, you guys got to figure this shit out so I can rest. Deal with him so I can rest peacefully and recycle into the planet. I like how Aerith, Omni-Aerith, only appears ever so briefly, every once in a while, to be like, okay, I know things have gotten confusing. This is what's going on. Okay, y'all have, you've had your fun. Things are getting quite serious and seemingly out of your depth. But I'm here to explain it all so we can stay on track to beating Sephiroth.
She discovered there were many more spirits than before who resisted merging in the lifestream's eternal flow. They were not like him, but she sensed the same hate, the same anger in them that led him to reject the planet and its lifestream. Whenever such souls enter the lifestream, she tried to relieve them of their anger. Beneath the spite and rage would be the memories of an ordinary man or woman. She contrived to free those memories so they can move on and melt into the stream. And soon enough, the empty shell of hate that remained would dissolve too. She was pleased that she could help these souls, but she encountered more and more of them as time went on, and she found that she alone was not enough. For the past 27 years, the thought of Aerith living on in the lifestream has been a comforting, if bittersweet, compromise. We never wanted to lose her, but if the consolation is that she is still around even after death, then that is something we've all been willing to accept to some degree.
But that's not what she wants.
One where she has to constantly chase the corrupting influence of Sephiroth, is not right. It's not the way things are supposed to be. In fact, even if she didn't have to do that work, living on for eternity would not be ideal. And we know this because all you have to do is ask the Gi. They live on forever, unable to return to and dissolve into the lifestream.
God, I cannot wait to see what they do with them.
Hell.
Which means these dudes can't die, right? They're invincible!
I'm not sure that's something to celebrate. Being stuck as spirits with no hope of release sounds like a fate worse than death.
All they want, desperately, is actual eternal rest. Such rest is so desired that they came to call the Black Materia the key to complete oblivion, a materia of peace.
They call it their salvation.
For me, this illustrates why the developers may have expanded the Gi lore in such a way. Sure, it's incredibly cool in general, and it's something every player I've talked to has loved instinctively. But it made me ask the question, why? Why give the Gi this specific fate? Is it just because it's cool, or because it may have a bigger thematic role to play? I believe the answer is the latter. It even gives greater context to why Aerith nearly derailed the race to the Sector 7 plate in Remake. Why was she so obsessed with helping these spirits, taking a moment in the middle of an emergency to free them and see them off? In a way, that was reminiscent of the River of Lights in Rebirth, because she had known of them since she was a kid, known that they were there with no way to help them. Until this moment, where she had the chance to set them free, to help them return to the live stream as it should be.
What? You are the first person that I know of to actually like come up with a reason for the like Aerith just like derailing the plot into the train graveyard and giving it like a very strong purpose. I really didn't like this chapter, and so it bugged me to hell. So you broke it down and analyzed it. I need to know, because I don't hate this chapter. It does drag on a repeat playthrough. I think I've played it 3 times, maybe more. Actually more, because I've had to go back and find there's like hidden weapons and shit to get the platinum. But like, it does on first, glance, or on second glance, or on third glance, it does feel like a complete derail of the plot. But there's a reason apparently, or you have a hypothesis. my biggest issue was pacing, and I'm like, aren't we in an emergency? And we definitely are. And they remind us that we are by the shots of the Turks going to the Sector 7 plate. So yeah. Okay, I'm gonna rewind just a
There
bit.
was no way to help them until this moment where she had the chance to set them free, to help them return to the live stream as it should be.
Wow. So long.
It also may give us a way to come to terms with the fate that Loveless Play reinforces as part of the core story, regardless of how much...
So essentially, the that makes a lot more sense now looking at chapter 11, 12, no 11, I don't know, somewhere in there. In looking at the train graveyard, and seeing it from the now seeing it from the perspective of like, oh, Aerith's one of Aerith's main goals, or something that she really cares about doing, is making sure that spirits are she's able to ferry spirits essentially to the afterlife. It makes so much more sense now, and I think it makes that chapter more important. You said the shot of the Turks reminds me, it's even Aerith that I think tries to calm Tifa down. Oh, when yeah, because she knows. That's crazy. Okay, I need to see the rest of this.
We hope to avoid it.
And yet, all tales that begin with a chance encounter share the same end. A tearful farewell.
While Aerith remaining in the live stream for eternity has been comforting to us as fans, we shouldn't be happy about the idea of Aerith living on forever. Living on forever is unnatural. It's not right. It's what Sephiroth wants, and we know how she feels about that.
Yeah.
What we should want is a true conclusion to it all, the final purging of Sephiroth and Jenova, so that we can truly save the planet and allow Aerith to return to it, as she's meant to and seems at peace with.
Yeah. Did I miss something? Should I go back? I just realized I mentioned an FF10 thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I want to try and somehow, some way, I've avoided spoilers this far. My generation of people who grew up with Kingdom Hearts, with the 2001 to 3, 4 PS2 games, where it's like Kingdom Hearts 1, Kingdom Hearts 2, Final Fantasy 10. Like, somehow I've dodged and weaved all the spoilers from them. And I feel like it's getting worse, because I feel like my generation is getting even more nostalgic for Final Fantasy X. So I'm like, we gotta get it done before somebody just drops a huge one on me, and I'm like, no. All right, I will wait for you to do that. We got about a little more than 15 minutes. Thank you guys for hanging out for so long, and also this late into the night. Usually we're either wrapping up or we've wrapped up already. But this has been so fun. One thing that I realized looking at the footage of Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth is that the character models are slightly tweaked. So I think that there are more realistic realistic textures in the hair and the skin and the clothes. whereas like remake is like slightly more stylized, I guess, in a way. Because like I see shots of like Aerith and Tifa, and I'm like, oh, their faces look a little bit more anime like slightly. They got like bigger eyes, which I don't know how I feel about it. I think I like it more, weirdly enough, in remake, but it's not that big of a change in Rebirth to really whine about it. Only reason I'm still up is because it's Final Fantasy VII. Thank you. 147.20. What are we at now? 144. Okay. I will try and remember. 144.20.
You know, if you think about it, life and death are just two sides of the same coin. Our bodies may disappear when we die, but our spirits still live on. We return to the planet, rejoin the life stream, and in time give rise to new life.
New life is ultimately what all of this is for. It's what the final shot of FF7 was always meant to direct our attention to. The state of the planet long after our main party is gone. The new life that could possibly be living on 500 years later. And while there has been debate about whether humanity survived or not, and perhaps even a bit of retconning over the years, the original intention of that scene was to convey that the planet and humanity lived on.
Really? Really? Hold on, like you're about to quote someone and to put it into perspective to explain it to us. I will never forget when I played Final Fantasy VII years ago, 2019. I had so many people like, trying to explain things to me, while not spoiling it. But I remember at the end, like so many people in the chat were like, "Yeah, humanity is like the world survived, but humanity is dead." And I've even heard some other Final Fantasy fans out there on YouTube say like, "Yeah, this is like the bad ending. Humanity is dead." So the intention is that they survived. Interesting. Also, such a blurry shot.
Humanity survived or not, and perhaps even a bit of retconning over the years, the original intention of that scene was to convey that the planet and humanity lived on. To quote the lead writer of the game, Kazushige Nojima, in an article from 2003, quote, "For the last scene of the ending, we decided not to harp on about what happened to each character like we've done in the past. Instead, we came up with the idea of suddenly skipping forward 500 years. Though people often say it's difficult to understand, the message is pretty straightforward. Basically, because of the efforts of Cloud and his allies, the planet is still around, and smoke is rising from Midgar, which means there are definitely still humans alive." If you're wondering what smoke he's talking about, it was accidentally omitted from the final animation, which gave the team a good laugh later on. And you actually can see it in the original theatrical cut of Advent Children, even though the smoke was curiously removed once again in Advent Children Complete, where the same updated CG animation appears, but without smoke once again.
Interesting.
That is potentially why Red 13 calls that fate a glimpse of tomorrow if we fail here today.
I wonder if
a
they
future without new life
changed
being
their
born
minds.
may be the ultimate fate that happens post-Advent Children, since ultimately neither Sephiroth nor Jenova were fully dealt with. And working toward an ending about creating the opportunity for new life beautifully fits the story. A story that starts with the Avalanche trying to stop the Mako reactors because they're literally sucking up souls as a finite resource, thus preventing life from springing anew. That's why Aerith and the story deserves an ending where we restore the life stream that Sephiroth and Shenra are destroying so callously that she's unable to return to the planet in peace, truly stopping them, truly ridding the world of Mako extraction and the corrupting influence of both Jenova and Sephiroth, or what's needed to truly save the world in the way they always intended to end the story. Yet, it would also mean that there would be no reason for Aerith to just live on in the life stream indefinitely. It would mean she would be free to move on as part of the renewed cycle of life and death. And as difficult as that ending would be, it would be a conclusion that reflects the quote I mentioned from Katase earlier. Though we won't know how the story ends until it's actually finished, I'm personally wishing that it will conclude without any...
Pause. Okay. and just skip forward past that. Oh, right at 28. I should be fine, right? I'm ready to. Okay, I'm good.
To a new endpoint that exceeds the original game, an ending that wouldn't leave things in such a way that unresolved feelings would linger on and create unresolved problems like geostigma and another return of Sephiroth. We should want that. An ending that leads directly into Advent Children would not only fail to pay off what was set up at the end of Remake, it would betray everything that's been built up in Rebirth. It would mean Zack, Aerith, and Sephiroth live on when they shouldn't. It would tether Aerith's fate to Sephiroth's, an eternal future of never dissolving into the life stream and an eternal, unending existence like the Geese. Fighting against that, to find acceptance with the cycle of life and death, a theme we've all said we've loved since 1997, means saying goodbye to not just the things we want gone, like Sephiroth, it means also saying goodbye to the things we wish to cling to, like Aerith. But just like Cloud, we will have to accept the reality, because the past, as Aerith put it, is forever. It can't be changed. Her death in the prime reality, the reality we fought so hard to create at the end of Remake, must persist. It must live on.
I want to say something real quick. Also, hey Prodigy, how you doing? Thank you for stopping by my stream. One thing that I found so interesting, I've been watching, I cannot think of his channel name, but he's been doing, I think it's Andrew Blewett, maybe? He's been doing like Final Fantasy retrospectives and Kingdom Hearts retrospectives and whatnot. And I just watched his Chain of Memories retrospective where he talks about the state of Square Enix. Once they merged, they decided that they wanted to go all in on Final Fantasy VII as a franchise, right? And they decided to, you know, make Dirge of Cerberus. They decided to make Advent Children. They wanted to make as many Final Fantasy VII projects as possible. And I really started to think, honestly, that after Rebirth, we were going to get, we were gonna get like how to describe it? Like after Rebirth, after Part 3, like Part 3 wasn't going to be the end. I kind of expected us to get like more Final Fantasy VII content, like a different future of a game or a movie or whatever, out detailing a different future of the Final Fantasy VII world and cast. I just couldn't see Square Enix letting it go, weirdly enough. But now I'm like, it would almost be extremely disrespectful if they were to do that. If what we're really leading to is an end goal where everything is neatly wrapped up and the world is without Genova's influence and Aerith is able to actually safely pass on as she wants to in the live stream, like, you can't really go in many directions from there because Genova will be gone. And I feel like I'm kind of satisfied with that, like everything wrapping up very neatly for Part 3. Before I was like, oh, it's an inevitability that we're just going to get something after Part 3. It won't be like a direct sequel, like a Part 4 or something, but like we'll get something because they can't let Final Fantasy VII go. And now I'm like, I'm kind of, after this, I'm kind of praying that we don't, because I feel like it would be kind of counterintuitive to the storytelling. Yeah. Sorry, I was yapping, but it really puts into perspective some things I was assuming they might, though. I hope they don't, because like you've said in this video, like the developers clearly want to, you know, reach a happier ending, one that also respects the original. And and if they want to cleanly wrap it, I'm just like, well, what, like, you can't really make a Final Fantasy VII related project after that, because then where does the conflict come from, right? Unless the conflict, I guess, comes from like dealing with the Shinra aftermath. Sorry, I just hit my mic. The Shinra aftermath of like there's some stragglers from Shinra being like, no, we recognize that the world is rebuilding itself, but we want this regime to keep going. Guess that they could do it that way. But yeah, welcome Prodigy. We've been reacting to this video. I've been dodging and weaving it for a while, and when one of my friends reacted to it yesterday, I was like, you know what? No, we have to actually sit down because we like yapping. What I really need to do, what I actually really need to do, is go through all of the Final Fantasy VII clips and like start posting them because I said I would do it and I haven't been. But yeah, there's so much good stuff there for in both my Rebirth stuff and remake stuff. Anyways, we're in the final stretch. Let's keep going.
And in this reality, her death has now happened. But the future, even if it's been written, can be changed. And that future may not be the one we know from the original, where Aerith lives on in the live stream, nor the one we want, with Aerith ending up alive and well.
Thanks.
But it will be a future that won't be mired in grief and regret, as in the one we know that emerges in Advent Children, a future with the same dynamic that eventually wiped out the Cetra.
Though in time we triumphed over the calamity visited upon us by the stars, tragedy will nevertheless be our ultimate reward. Abandoned to unquenchable anger and unbearable grief, condemned and driven forth, powerless to forestall the coming of our end. Heed well our warning of that which is to come. The reunion. When our adversaries' scattered malignancy shall converge to plague the planet.
Wow, this lines up well. That lines up so well.
Break the cycle, end Sephiroth and Jenova for good, and reach some third possibility, some synthesis that we can't see just yet. It will be what needs to happen as an outcome of this war of possibilities of final possible fates, which is how the developers have described it. It really seems like everything is building to a conclusion where we will be discovering which of these realities our characters choose. And though the stage is set, the game said it best already. None can divine the conclusion of every path, and no promises await at Journey's End. But at this point, I'm certain what awaits is a different conclusion than one that leads directly into Advent Children.
Right.
Because whether this is a sequel or not, it is something more than just a remake. That's because there is one unrealized dream that may matter more than all the rest, and it was expressed by the creative director of this entire project, Tetsuya Nomura, in the behind-the-scenes documentary for Advent Children.
完結した感がないというか、なんかまあこれで終わりじゃないぞという予感的なものでしょうか。なんかそれを言っちゃうとなんか単純に受け取られると、じゃあまた映像を作るのかっていうふうに取られるかもしれないですけど、そういう意味でのことじゃなくて、これがあったから多分できることが
This man was prepared to remake it from the start.
意味で完結したものということではなくて、
He said, I think I can do better,
ここから先
actually.
の大きなものの一手目っていう作品になったかなと思ってます。
We don't know for sure, but I would not be surprised. Incredible. I agree. Other funner possibilities.
Ooh, that was a whole lot. But like I said, there are actually a couple of unknown journeys, and weirdly enough, the tagline for Ever Crisis kind of fits that perfectly. Another possibility for remake. The first.
Wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. This is my music moment. What is this song from? I hear the Wall Market theme in there. What is that song from? Is that from Rebirth? And I just like blocked it out? It's from a side quest. What? I've done all the side quests. Unless it's related to Queen's Blood. We're getting to that. In Zincarel. Huh, I don't remember it, but it sounds awesome. It sounds like a Smash Bros. Theme. I was like, what the hell is this? When you help Jules in the... Oh, okay, so Trauma blocked it out. I see. I understand. Oh. Sorry. And you fight the monsters surrounding the... Oh, okay, never mind. My Trauma is not... I thought it was from, like, inside that gym, where any number of challenges may have happened, because Jules bullied me as I was trying to get Tifa through those challenges. It was very rough. It was very difficult. It's such a good track. It's the battle music. The only reason I don't hate Jules as a character is because he's voiced by like one of my favorite YouTubers / voice actors. Like it's very conflicting. Otherwise I would have such immense anger. Anyways, let's go back. I was blindsided by the song.
Ooh,
such good editing too, my god.
But like I said, there are actually a couple of unknown journeys, and weirdly enough, the tagline for Ever Crisis kind of fits that perfectly. Another possibility for remake. The first, more bittersweet journey that it laid out is one that I think could be beautiful, builds on the ideas they've been playing within this trilogy, and could make the thematic heart of Final Fantasy VII even more powerful and meaningful. That idea that in order to move forward, we need to accept the truth of who we are and the things that happen to us, whether they be tragic or even unfair. And the potential power of that story, if told well, is a big reason why I now love this ending. Even if I'm wrong about the details of where they take the story and how it unfolds from here, I can see so much intentionality to the narrative choices they've made and see several different ways it can enhance the story and themes as we know them. Hell,
is this your gameplay? Because you just bullied that. It's whoever's playing bullied that fucking soldier. This is me. Fucking firebolt blade into an aerial onslaught went crazy. Finally, I had to show off some of the gameplay. It makes me want to replay this now.
Nomura said it himself in that quote I referenced about an hour ago. The key is not just to go along with players' opinions, but to think about the scenario clearly with intent. It gives me not only reassurance about where things might go in the future, but also reassurance about the choices they've already made. I no longer feel as I did on day one, that perhaps it's just too messy, too undecided, or even potentially the wrong stopping point compared to, say, the Northern Crater scene. It also gives me greater appreciation of new moments that I've loved. And I swear I will talk about the possibility for a remake that I teased, but I just gotta get this thought out. Even days after beating the game, a scene that really stuck with me was the goodbye scene in the church in Aerith's dream world. This was the moment that made me cry. As I said at the start of the video, I never cried during Aerith's death in the original, in part because my uncle spoiled it before I got to it.
No!
So I knew it was coming.
No!
So to see Aerith use this moment with Cloud, this moment she never got in the original, not as a chance to change her fate, but rather to accept whatever happens as long as she could save Cloud from the grief we all witness for ourselves in Advent Children, that absolutely demolished me. It is such an act of selflessness and generosity.
It is a beautiful
still
scene.
Incredibly human, especially in this moment where she strengthens her embrace just a bit longer and the camera lingers on her eyes. I could feel how hard this was for her. And as a lifelong fan, I have seen how much the death of Aerith impacts Cloud. Since Advent Children came out 20 years ago, the image of him that has been left with me isn't one of triumph, but of tragedy. All he can think about is how he failed her and how he wants forgiveness.
I think I want to be forgiven.
Wait. I said this. Wait, I said this. Wow, okay. Yeah, let's go. Sorry, I thought you were leading somewhere else. I was going to say you said that like we've seen how Aerith's death impacts Cloud. I thought you were going to say that now we see how making this choice impacts Aerith. But no, okay. Sometimes I clock it. I've just thought too much about this series once Remake and Rebirth came out. I'll never forget, sorry, before we go back to this, just quickly, I'll never forget when I finally played Rebirth. I played it in July, August of 2021 with Intergrade, and it was the first game where like I beat it, and I told one of my friends, I was just like, I can't stop thinking about this game. Like, I can't stop thinking about this game. It won't leave. And that is an experience I've had few and far between with longer RPGs like that.
More than anything.
And what does Aerith do in this moment?
Cloud, thank you.
What would the Cloud of Advent children think if he had gotten this embrace 2 years earlier? If he had gotten these words of reassurance, what would happen to him? How would he potentially change as a person? The thing Aerith feared could happen if they successfully changed fate, making this also serve as another hint that we may be headed for an all-new endgame.
But if we do, we'll be changing more than fate itself. If we succeed, if we win, we'll be changing ourselves.
Hopeful yet ominous.
I guess maybe that's why I hesitated.
That's why there is so much meaning packed into this scene that did more for me emotionally than a perfect 100% faithful recreation of her death. I know people say that the confusing way they handled her death scene ripped the emotionality out of it, and I felt that way too, but this scene will live on with me more than the death scene ever could. Now that I got all that gushing out of the way, there is still one more thing to talk about.
Beautifully said.
While I've thought a lot about Rebirth and feel like I have a lot more clarity on what they did and why, I also can't deny that there are still several loose ends I can't wrap my head around. And the biggest X factor relates back to the same developer quote I mentioned earlier. There are these things that we feel we can only do now in the remake project that can bring a new happiness, a new sort of feeling of satisfaction to players playing this game now, 27 years later. Now, while I am a big FF7 fan, and I have love for many Final Fantasy games, especially FF14 and the entire PS1 era including Tactics, I'm not as massive of a Square Enix fan or even Nomura fan as you might think. I haven't even played Kingdom Hearts, and so a big blind spot for me are some of the other titles made by these creators. And one thing I have heard from friends is that Kingdom Hearts 3 ends with, and I should give a very general spoiler warning here, a fairly feel-good ending even for characters who, as I understand, may not deserve it. And there was one in-game hit.
Yes, but no. That's accurate, but it's also inaccurate.
Of a happy ending for this trilogy that I can't shake out of my head. I don't think this Cait Sith fortune has happened yet.
Things are looking up, so throw caution to the wind. Put your trust in others, and a last-minute twist may pleasantly surprise you.
Could the momentary saving of Aerith be what he's hinting at here? I'm not sure about that. While it's certainly a last-minute twist, it isn't really all that pleasant, since it's immediately ripped away from us and leads to an ending with Cloud in a really bad mental place, and the party not exactly on the greatest terms with him. That's why I believe the fortunes we received were given in reverse order. The last fortune, losing with Cloud.
I can only imagine it's something relating to Zack for part 3 or Sephiroth for part 3, because I've heard a theory about, like, now that Sephiroth is being fleshed out in Ever Crisis, about like he wasn't like inherently evil when he was younger. He was cherished as like an actual war hero. And he fell into insanity later on. There is a theory that like maybe he might realize that he's being manipulated by Genova and he might turn against Genova with Cloud. That could be a twist because that doesn't happen in the original. So I don't know. Maybe. They've drawn more parallels to Cloud IMO. Yeah, for sure. And I wonder if like maybe that is a direction that they go with him. I don't know. We'll have to see for sure. I wonder if they will include I feel like in some way they have to include what's going on with Ever Crisis in part 3. Will they show it to us, or will it be like a little in like a book? not a book that we read, but a book in the game. Who knows? Who's to say? But
and the party not exactly on the greatest terms with him. That's why I believe the fortunes we received were given in reverse order. The last fortune, losing what Cloud cherishes most, was the first one we saw come to fruition. And the second fortune, watching our possessions for the lucky color black, came next. So if they are in reverse chronological order, then it means we have actually yet to see the first fortune. Quote, a last-minute twist that may pleasantly surprise you. As I said, I doubt many people would call the ending of Rebirth a pleasant surprise.
It's not.
And the ending I outlined about Aerith dissolving into the life stream also didn't quite feel like reaching a new happiness, like Atase said pretty recently. Not that I don't think there's something beautiful about it, but it's not really what I would call a happy ending, especially compared to some other happy endings from these creators. That's why that last-minute twist that may pleasantly surprise us may be what actually awaits us at the end of part 3. In fact, one way such an ending could potentially shake out is something I plan to explore in another video, and it's about how the idea of acceptance may actually extend to how we rid the world of Sephiroth in a way that prevents him from returning in Advent Children. But this video is definitely over an hour and a half at this point, so I'll save that for a deep dive video about Sephiroth. Either way, both of these unknown journeys are really born from just investigating questions I have and seeing where they lead me, given what's been shown and explored in these games, as well as principles I've learned about storytelling. And that's my approach. I wondered why Remake showed Zack early in a way that potentially spoiled the biggest twist in FF7, and it led me to the idea of the devs creating an unreliable world. Likewise, everyone assumed Zack's survival would lead him to showing up at the Forgotten Capital to help save Aerith, but I wondered what would even lead him there in the first place. That question led me to speculate that he would never leave Midgar. I figured he would follow her last known location after being captured by Sung. I was wrong about the details. He didn't go looking for Aerith in the Shinra building after talking to Elmira, and ends up face to face with Deep Grounds, which I thought was being set up in the DLC.
Yes. Fuck, I forgot about Deep Ground. Oh my god. Dude, part 3 has so much to tackle. My god. Oh, wow. You forgot. You forgot? Look. Deep Ground is some stuff that like is from like the extended Final Fantasy universe. I remember when I first found out about them because I played OG, watched Advent Children, played Remake Intergrade, and then got to the Yuffie stuff, and I was like, "Who the fuck is this?" I was remember being mad, and then going back in February of 2024, we did a replay through of that. I thought that it was going to be addressed in some way, maybe slightly in Rebirth, not at all, which means that it has to be saved for part 3, which I think that there's some places that you can place them down, which is like somewhere around Wutai because they're tied to Yuffie. We have to backtrack and go back to a certain city. And they could be there. I don't know. We'll have to see. To be fair, most people try to actively forget Dirge of Cerberus. I've only ever seen Max play Dirge of Cerberus, and it was hilarious. I've never played it myself. Oh, man.
But he did stay in Midgar. And so that's what led me to the ideas in this video. The questions about why they ended the story where they did and how they did, and questioning how that might reflect the story they're telling and what it's really about. I could be wrong, I almost certainly am on some things, but man, does it feel good to be making these videos again. And with that, I'm so grateful to you if you made it all the way through to the end of this video.
It was an incredible video.
I really appreciate it. If
it was so good.
Subscribe and share this video around. I hate to do the YouTuber thing, but also hit the bell button because it really is the best way to know that I have a new upload.
Wait, hold on.
Since I upload pretty infrequently. And I hope to hear your takes in the comments. I usually do read them and respond almost too much. Also, I would feel like
we don't be hitting the bell enough
if I didn't throw some shout outs to really good friends in the community that have helped me make sense of everything in either direct or indirect ways, including the guys at Shinra Archaeology Department, Turco's Hammer, Gene and Odie, Schrodinger's Baby Seal, Sleepy's.
This video was so good.
Lily Joe, Eyes on V,
incredible
Blitz,
editing.
Noctis,
I love the breakdown of storytelling.
But go follow all of them if you aren't already, please. Anyway, thank you, and I have at least a few more Rebirth videos bouncing around in my head that I will hopefully drop soon. But in the meantime,
see ya.
I came into Jess's stream right there, like right there. And I was like, what do you mean? Hold on, we gotta cancel this before it plays. It played already. We're not we're not doing this. Anyways, incredible. I was so excited to nerd out on story and include that Ratatouille clip. That got me, like, I was already gonna watch the video, but that like really got me interested. And then also, yeah, just nerding out on story is always fun to do. I love writing and I love storytelling, so like, and learning the craft of it. And then also just thinking of my favorite pieces of media in that through that lens. And I've always looked at hold on, I'm gonna play some music, so I'm just talking into silence. Got a video game Bliss soundtrack in here. There's got to be a good thing. I don't know what song this is, but anyways, I'm gonna turn it down slightly, ever so slightly. But yeah, no, I really do enjoy looking at my favorite media in that type of lens, especially like you mentioned, most people look at things in a 3-act structure, and this doesn't quite fit that, doesn't quite work for it. And I'm glad I loved to see the possible ideas that you presented on where it could go. God, this was so good. I am very excited to check out more of your content. I gotta like go in there and see like, okay, which stuff is like predictions of like Rebirth, and then like which stuff is like after Rebirth to go check out. But I am very much here for it. I've already subbed. If you guys haven't subbed already, please do. Murky Depths. Yeah, I guess it's from Final Fantasy 15. Thanks. I gotta check out your The Last of Us stuff too. Yeah, I'm gonna need this weekend, next week, I'm gonna try and start cutting up clips or posting clips of the first game. I gotta get that. We made a choice when we got to the doctor that my chat got mad at me for. I gotta put that up before season 2 of the show starts. So, but we are playing The Last of Us on like Mondays and Wednesdays. I do need to take a bit of a break now and enjoy some games. That's honestly why I stream, is just to kind of break away from work. I'm an editor myself. I'm like, you know what? Let's just take a break and let's play a video game. Although, you know, I also draw and on the tablet, and my chat is like, please, I'm begging you, pick up the pen. So I need to do that as well. I've been thinking about doing Final Fantasy VII art but I love so many scenes in Remake and Rebirth that I have no idea where to even like start. I have no clue. Please draw something. That art behind this is not mine, by the way. But yeah, no, I have collected it over the years. We need something Final Fantasy VII related. Because I don't have any Final Fantasy VII related anything. No, we do. I have art on my. Actually, I gotta put art on the Instagram. I'll be posting art soon. But otherwise, yeah, we play JRPGs. We've been playing the action adventure story-based games, and then we've been running through Sonic games because I'm a big Sonic fan here. So, you know what I realized this whole video? What did you realize? What did you realize? Also, if anybody has to go at any point, because I know it's late, feel free. I'm probably gonna talk for like 15 minutes and then bounce, maybe less. It was such a good video. Hold on, let's see if I can go back and just at least play it. It is not letting me go back. Hold on. Oh. Not an ad. I'm hoping Aru will react. Dude, Aru reacting to this will be crazy. I know she's busy, she's traveling right now, but for those who don't know, Aru is a streamer who is extremely, she loves Final Fantasy VII, she loves Aerith, and I think it would be awesome for her to check out this as well. Oh, awesome. Well, yeah, you can go up to her and be like, yo, there's this video. It's like 2 hours long. You got to set some time aside. For sure. I had forgotten about it while working on this, but someone pointed out that Genova's final form in FF7 OG is named Genova Synthesis. Whoa. That is crazy. What do we think that Part 3 is going to be called? I'm still working on names. And then when I briefly saw Final Fantasy VII Reverse, I was like, I want that. And then now we know that the second game is technically called that. So, Reborn. I have no idea. I wanted Reunion. Reunion is just so perfect, but it's been used. I'm still of the opinion that you could have used a different subtitle for Crisis Core Reunion. I think it could have been something else, but we were playing The Last of Us 2 yesterday, and we were making a lot of Daredevil Born Again references. So that's Noel's thing. Shout out to Reverse, Rebirth, and Kingdom Hearts. Wait, when does that happen in Kingdom Hearts? Also, the intro is so good. As an editor, like this like the cold open like awoke like the AMV side of me, and I'm like, wait a minute. I love how we went from Final Fantasy to Donkey Kong. Another cool synthesis hint is if you watch the Dream Date again, when you talk to the vendor at each stall, they have a lot of options on the table, but no matter what you pick, the vendor pulls out a different option that isn't on the table. Kind of like you think what you're going to get is this or that, but how about this totally other thing? Huh. Man, I'm so excited to see where they go for part 3. Like, I do fully believe that like they're gonna present us with this synthesis ending, and I feel like if we predict it, it's gonna be like right before the game comes out when we've exhausted all of our options of predicting. But I feel like right now we're just going in so many different directions, and there's so many things that you can pick. I'm actually anxious for part 3. Why? I mean, we are too. I like both Subtext and we've said like there's just so much to fit into part 3. My worry is I feel like one part has to be rushed. I think the middle of the game is going to be fine. I'm a little worried about the end game of it, and I'm a little worried about the first like 5 chapters. Because I feel like the first 5 chapters are like really important. First 5 to 6, let's say. But I definitely think that Northern Crater has to happen within the first 6 chapters. Before then, honestly. If there's only 13 chapters, it's gotta be it by 5. Something's gonna have to give somewhere. I feel like Wutai is gonna be huge. I feel like Wutai is gonna be the wall market of part 3, and I think it's gonna be massive. It might be 1 chapter, but it's gonna be long as hell. It's gonna be so long, and I'm so excited for it. My fan fiction brain is like, Wutai is where we find out that Tifa is half Wutaian because her dad does not look anything like her. And, you know, Tifa kind of looks like Yuffie a little bit, so give me that lore. Hope they stick the landing. Honestly, for me, it's just the ending. I consider this to be the end of FF altogether, at least for me. So this will be era-defining no matter what it is. Yeah, like I said before, I was under the impression that like we were just going to get like more Final Fantasy content. It might have I think it was Hamaguchi who said that they're retiring, and then Nomura is surely retiring as well shortly after. Maybe it was Kitase. Someone said they were retiring. And so we won't have the original creators like working on Final Fantasy content forever. So I'd like it if they kind of just wrap this all up. But I assumed that we'd be getting more Final Fantasy stuff just without the original creators, right? And I kind of made my peace with that. I was all right with that. But now I'm like, wait. No, we have the opportunity to make a very clean ending that wraps up everything, that sets Aerith at peace and, you know, gives the characters a happy ending without Jenova, without Sephiroth, and they're rebuilding the planet. But we'll have to see. We'll have to all cross our fingers. Kitase is retiring. Okay. Hamaguchi is still pretty young. He's kind of the future of the franchise. Yeah. Okay. And I think Nomura said that he wants to retire after Kingdom Hearts, but there's still at least 2 to 3 games in that series, so we have him at least for the next decade, I'm believing. That's my interpretation of it. Resolve, Resolution, or Revelation for 3. Returnal. No, sorry. Revengeance. I know everybody has made that joke, but maybe. What would be your sales pitch on playing Kingdom Hearts as someone who hasn't dove in yet and it feels a bit overwhelmed by how many games there are? I should be able to do this very easily because I hopped into Kingdom Hearts very late into the game. I didn't start my Kingdom Hearts journey until April of 2023, and it took us about, I finished it, I mean, I was playing it on and off, right? I wasn't playing it like some people I know, where they just go extremely into it. It basically took me about a year. I finished it in July of 2024, or August of 2024. But yeah, we've done a couple kind of journeys, right? Which is like Kingdom Hearts, the Final Fantasy VII series, Last of Us, the Sonic series is something I'm doing right now. But yeah, no, Kingdom Hearts, I would say, how to best describe it? First of all, I'm gonna turn down Yoko Shimomura on the piano. Okay. I think with Kingdom Hearts, it's best to just play the games as you feel like it. There is an order, but it's very easy to keep track of, and the games are very cheap because they're all, you can most likely find it in the all-in-one bundle on sale. But I would say just play as you feel like it. My actual recommendation is play the first one very leisurely. I recommend skipping Chain of Memories, but watching the cutscenes. But that's up to you. Then you get into, you know, do you play Kingdom Hearts 2 first, or do you play 358, or do you watch the cutscenes of 358 over 2? I think you should watch the cutscenes of 358 over 2 because they give you a ton of context for Kingdom Hearts 2. And then after that is a pretty straightforward order of just following the collections. I do think it's a good series. I do think that it's something that you shouldn't stress yourself like out about. Like, it is very manageable. The games are at most 40 hours long, so I don't think any game goes longer than that. And they range from like anywhere from 20 to 40. Some would say play 358 over 2. I mean, if you really want to, but if you're just buying the collection, then all you have is watching the cutscenes. My joke after Rebirth was, I hope Part 3 starts with a cold open of Aerith dual-wielding pistols. She's back and she's tired of fate shit. That would be amazing. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know how they open up Part 3. I have seen a Max video where he says they start Part 3 by kind of recapping Ever Crisis or something like that. And maybe but I see, I was so sure on how they would open up Part 2, aside from giving us playable Sephiroth, right? Like, it kind of played out how I wanted it to, but I don't know how they open up Part 3. I'm very curious, because like, what town do they start at? Do you skip some towns? I don't know. One thing that's going to be really interesting is you have to fit in Rocket Town near the beginning, which is Sid's town. And what I would like to see is kind of like an emotionally checked out Cloud as everything is going on with that. Like, the whole party is like trying to, like, you know, they're invested in these events that are happening in Rocket Town. But I would like to see Cloud just like a little bit like out of it, or very out of it, to show his like his denial and his mental health degrading, getting even worse and worse. I don't know if they'll do that, but young Sephiroth open, they might do that. They may in fact do that. I will say young Sephiroth has an awesome design and his sword is so cool. It's like a shorter version of the one he has now, and it's got like you can see the slots of materia for it, and I think that's really dope. But yeah, I'm also excited to see more of Zack, because we have to get more of him. They alluded to as much. I just wonder what his you know, what they do, how they do it. He might not be as, I wonder if they'll still give us intermissions, or if they will just have like one section of the game where he's back and playable, or he's back and included. We will have to see. What do you think Zack is at the end of Rebirth? Definitely one of these like worlds build on hopes and dreams. I don't think he's in our world. I think that maybe he might have to travel to ours to help us again. But I don't think he's in our. I don't think he landed in ours. I could be totally wrong. They could reveal that in part 3 that he did land in ours in our church. But I feel like he just landed in some parallel world. We need to defeat the monsters in the cave to move forward. Everyone ready? Cloud? Cloud? You're so funny, Aerith. They would freak out. They would freak. Well, Tifa wouldn't say anything. Tifa would keep it to herself and be like, Cloud, are you okay? Like, you snap out of it, Cloud. I think it would just be, haha, you're so funny. And they'd be like, what's going on with him? Cloud! I found a new monster, Cloud. We have a whole new set of summons. They're called weapons. Go fight them. Oh my god. Dude, I look forward to Chadley now. I hated Chadley so much in Remake, and he became my boy by the end of Rebirth. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they do and what lore they drop for him in the side missions. Chadley is the final boss. I'm calling it. Chadley, after consuming all of the information in the universe. Oh man, I did have a theory about like Chadley being like a Sephiroth clone, and like a part of that might be a little true, but I mean he's a cyborg, but like was he like fashioned for like kind of because of Sephiroth? We don't know. Either way, I feel like Chadley is like headed towards like a bittersweet end where they like die, but they're like, thank you for what you've done for me. Anyways, I'm thinking maybe because it's the only place I've seen the flowers be full. Oh, wait, in where Zack falls? Huh. So maybe he is in ours. I do remember that this was leading up to, sorry, hold on. Cloud! Thank you for killing Sephiroth. Now you have to deal with me. Huh? What? Sephiroth would be dead, but if he was still there, he'd just back away and be like, you have to deal with this. Good luck. He definitely had a foreboding line with the "Do you think I'll go into the live stream too?" When you answered no. When you answered no. Hey, my raid alert isn't coming through, but thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. We're kind of near the end of my own stream. We were reacting to this big mega Final Fantasy VII Rebirth video, discussing the ending of it and analyzing the plot and the plot structure by SubTXT. So please follow SubTXT if you're into if you are into Final Fantasy VII. I'm going to link the video here actually. Give me a second. Just give me a hot minute. How was your stream, Dennis? How are you, J Triumph? Here's the video. If you're into Final Fantasy VII remake or rebirth or the original. We were just discussing Final Fantasy VII remake stuff. Oh wow, this is very fitting, and it's the credits theme, so we know it's long. Of course. You know what? I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it on. Anyways, yeah, this was an extremely fun stream. I loved reacting to it. We haven't done many of these, but Final Fantasy VII is near and dear to my heart, which is very... I feel like 2019, 2020 Bryce would be very surprised at hearing that, because 7 was not a perfect game in my eyes. I gave 7, and I still give 7 original like a 7 out of 10. Compared to other Final Fantasy games, I think there are better out there. I think 6 is better. I think 16 is better. 15 is not, but it almost made me cry. That being said though, because I played 7, Final Fantasy 7 original, I adore Final Fantasy 7 Remake, and I adore Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. They mean so much to me because I played that original game, and now I'm able to see deeper into these remakes / sequels. And the characters mean so much to me. The characters are truly like one of my favorite characters in fiction. So I owe a lot to that original game. I finally saw that clip of you crying to controlling Sephiroth. Had that saved in another tab. Ha ha! Oh man, yeah, I did cry. I have several very hilarious clips to Final Fantasy VII that I need to start posting. I just need to. I would like to add subtitles. I know some people don't put subtitles to their clips, but I feel like that's kind of important. So I just need to go sit down for like a weekend. Just be like, we're just subtitling the whole thing. We played a crappy curling shovelware game that I am a bit endeared to. I'm glad we can make it here just in time. Yeah, it does mean a lot to me. I think Final Fantasy... I said today on Twitter that Final Fantasy VII is one of those series that I think about like every day. It's like right up there with Sonic. Like it's Sonic and it's Final Fantasy. And probably Arcane and Spider-Verse are like the 4. I assure you, when I get back to drawing, it will be one of those. So, unless something like, I don't know, Pokemon or Naruto related comes out, then I don't know, I might swerve and surprise you. Literally a curling game, but super cheap. So bad it's good. Yeah, no, this was great though, guys. Thank you for hopping in, hanging out. Hopefully I can just rip this straight from Twitch, because for some reason my recording started and stopped several times. But I still have it. I think my alerts are muted. Maybe. I don't know, because someone triggered it earlier. I gotta get to bed. Have a good night. I also have to go to bed. Thank you for hanging out and staying through the whole time. You didn't have to, but thank you for really hanging out and being here. I will spread this to my friends and to other creators as well, because it definitely deserves to be seen, and I can't wait to check out more of your content. I saw the on-screen alerts, but I didn't see anything. Yeah, they might be muted, which was good for today. Because we were watching something. They are muted. You can try again. Maybe it'll work now. Well, I gotta go too. It's way too late for me. Well, I still gotta. Uh-oh, why are my sound commands not working? My channel points aren't working. Deny. Try one more time. Cool. So I fixed my stream just for the alerts to break. Oh, that's lovely. That's great. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Yeah, I don't know why they would. At least chat is working and my volume is working and all that stuff. Actually, hold on. I think I know why. Yep. Try it once more. Try it one more time. Anybody? I thought I knew why. I thought I had them muted. Oh, I do have them muted. Haha! Shit. Oops. I have them all muted. I'll do it fine, I'll do it myself.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
For some reason, when I was pressing spacebar so many times during the video, it muted several other programs. So it muted OBS. Wait, hopefully that didn't fuck up the recording. You guys could hear it though, so it was fine. If you guys could hear it, then it was alright. And I could just rip from Twitch, so it'll be fine. Anyways, said, I think I'm going to go as well, guys. I'm gonna raid real quick before I do, because I do want to show dip out immediately. Guys, dip out immediately. I want quick, so just give me a hot minute. All right, there's somebody I can raid who streams Sonic games, and he's streaming called Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood. For the raid to you know, of we can cross out crew crossing over, I guess. Paste that, and then we're gonna rate one of my friends, and if you got to go after that, then totally fine. Let me set this up real quick. I'm recording this, and I don't even know what I'm gonna post it on the VOD channel after I post on the VOD channel. If you guys are on my Rebirth playthrough, if you're really interested in stuff and you want to check out any of my playthroughs, they're all on. I have part of my original playthrough. I have 7 remake playthrough from, and then we redid Final Fantasy VII 3, and then I have all of my Rebirth VODs. You're not into Final Fantasy VII, well then I got other person. I have played almost every, and it's on the VOD channel, so you guys can go check that. Still going through the series. We got Black Knight next. We got Sonic. We got a lot of stuff. Anyways, with that. That crossout crew. Sonic and the Black Knight, I'm very excited for that weeks. So not next Monday. That's Monday and Wednesday. I do Monday, Tuesday for that specific week. This song is so good.
The Arbiters of Fate.
That was my Red 13 impression. Thank you. Thank you for clapping. That like, what is that? Was it denied typing in chat? I don't know. Who knows? Anyways, I am going to let you guys go again. Out. This was phenomenal. This was so much fun. I cannot wait. Future, play more Final Fantasy VII stuff in the future. If you haven't already, and if you haven't followed me, feel free. But for now, we're gonna go show. They're playing Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood. I will see you guys over there, or if you got immediately after you show them some love. Until next time, and treat yourself to a good book, a good snack, a great movie, an awesome nap, and I will catch you guys next time. Peace.